The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo. Is that working alright up there? Computer a bit sluggish. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's changed. Some of the ports are going on the audio. Sometimes it can choose the wrong virtual connection on the avatar, and it's a few seconds behind or whatever. Yeah, so I think it's all working good. Everything went smooth sailing today, so I'm always worried when that happens. I hope everybody's been well out there, and better than I have been anyway. It's been a really rough week. Still not 100% right. I just can't stay awake. After about 3 hours, I gotta have a nap every hour. After 3, I got a nap per hour, pretty much. Or if I try and force myself up and drink coffees, I would just simply fall asleep in the chair or whatever. Not too sure what's going on there. But probably high sugars still. Peaking. But yeah, diabetes is a curse. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Gradually, slowly kills you. It's a pain in the ass to keep control of it. But yeah, so what are we doing today? We got Michael King joining us. Yo! For some reason I expected you not to show today. My view counts on the channel are dropping drastically down. I think it's about currently 40 views a day. So yeah, Google's still suppressing me. So yeah, what are we doing today? So I've tried to put together what I can until I can get my health situation sorted, especially sleeping. There's no point being so extremely tired that I can't even walk the dog. That's how it's been feeling, you know. Come back from the walk screaming in pain because now I've got my back pain back again. For the lower back, which is a new back pain I've got from the first one. And yeah, it's crippling. It takes your breath away. I don't know if it's related to COVID or not. Everybody in the house seems to be extremely tired though. Maybe it's paranormal, perhaps. Some strange weirdness happening in this area. Sucking at energy all the time. So what are we doing today? Should be that. Yeah, so we got the incredible water bear truth, UFO vids, Thirdphase noise, Immaculate deception, some bullshit coming out now. And also I see George Knapp's got a yet another money cash cow documentary coming out, which is the same as any other UFO video documentary out there at the moment, where they use all the same sort of videos, even though all of them have been debunked. Any new ones they put in there generally have been debunked, have been on X or whatever before they make it to TV. The usual Puerto Rico one, Aguera, whatever it's called, 2 Chinese lanterns, right? And then you got the Corbell shit with the balloons passing over the desert. Whatever ones are in it. The usual UFO Contra one, which has been debunked years ago, is, and it's been proven over and over again as these particular jets in the sky, where they didn't bother looking on long range radar, let alone on flight radar. The experts down in South America there, which one was that? Brazil or Puerto Rico? Or Peru. They're generally the places that it comes from anyway. Yeah, so yeah, we've got a water bear and we've got Thirdphase stuff to go over. I suppose there'll be a lot there actually, because we haven't looked at them in weeks. But we'll have a look at the noise they're making, and we'll look at general stuff that's come out over the week. It's amazing I could put that much together, really. And we got my website here, where you can find various pay links, PayPal. Remember, if you pay by YouTube, they don't pay me each week. They only pay you once you reach a threshold. So if you got one person paying into it only, until it gets up to something like £60, £50, somewhere around there, then they release it. So yeah, only when it goes up to a certain threshold, like $100 American, which works out to be 130 at the moment in New Zealand of our money. But there is a PayPal link there, I believe, on that what I just posted, and there's also the tips. Now the tips one where the user nickname, I think that's the nickname you got to put in on YouTube that you use, or general nickname you use on streams anyway. And then I think it matches it up, and you can use PayPal on that too. I haven't used it for a long time. I haven't tested it, so I don't know if they've broken the code. Whether we get donation alerts today, but you can see I fixed it up again, and we got the $1.99 from Michael, and the other subscriber that joined, it's finally showed up. Whether it's still working today, I don't know. Probably have to log out and log in again. Strange going on. Let's drop that down. Subs have been going up, my surprise, despite the views have been very down. So we're finally at 2,800. Amazing. I never thought we'd get there. But 3,000 by Christmas, I don't think so. And BitChute, I don't know. It's almost a dead site now. I used to get hundreds and hundreds of views there. I think I'd be lucky to get 50 now. since they re-changed the web page. I don't think people like the web page, or it's not promoting my videos there anymore. Rumble seemed to get subs there, but they turned out to be scammers trying to offer promotions with buy subs and all that sort of stuff. And Pill seems to be that we don't have many UFO fan base there. There's not enough people on it, I suppose, or everyone's still sticking to the old YouTube and still following the same old losers. Same old talking heads that don't offer them anything new or interesting or cutting edge. So yeah, there we go. I suppose this is not working properly still on build. You have to refresh it every so often just to make sure the stats are right. I see I have to do that on the admin panel now too as well. I didn't used to do that. I think when it updates next, it should update everything. So we got 5 on Rumble. They generally tend to be people that don't talk. So I guess they're lurkers or haters or something, but everybody's welcome. We got, what's that? 3 eyes. My right eye is just a blurry mess today. Especially up close. I need a pinhole glass eye for that one. Even that's not helping today. So that letter 3 kind of looks like a backward 6 to me. So you got 3 on Pilled and 1 and 0 on YouTube, it says now. So I'm not sure where King's gone. Yeah. So we can kick it off. I think we're pretty much done on all the admin side of it. What have I forgotten? I think the audio's working. The LEDs are moving anyway. If anyone wants to come on voice, let me know. I might just open it up. I haven't done that for a while. Maybe that doesn't work anymore. The CPU's a bit laggy there. Yeah, so, where do we begin? And what have we got here? Woo, Riders! DG, what's DG? DG. Hey, how's it going anyway? Well, at least we got some other person show up on YouTube. Yeah. Let's just refresh our memory. Okay, we got Thirdphase there. We got the scientist, the mad scientist that hates me, Jack Savati. So we've got to talk about him again. Elon Musk tells Tucker Carlson UFOs seen by US military. Okay, we'll come back to that one. What else we got here? Pentagon. I'll come back to that one. Come back to that one. There's the little documentary I watched, but I did some fact checking on it, and there's a few things he missed out there. I think he based his research on one web page rather than looking at all individual web pages and then taking the average. But yeah, it's quite interesting though. Whether I play it or not, I don't know. Might just play a little clip of it. You know how stupid copyright is. We can always remove it after the show, yeah. But yeah, there's the side chat Chat. So yeah, everything on water bears. Stuff I did research on. And make west again. What was that on? Was it on Joe Rogan, was it? I'll come back to that one. What's this one? More talking heads. Yeah, conspiracies, isn't it? Weather modification, that's been the big thing in the last week. With Florida having what do you call it? Cyclones. Or tornadoes. They even got some tornadoes, I think. Apparently one was heading straight for Goof on South, and it went from Category 5 to Category 3. So maybe the devil's looking after him after all. Maybe he did a pact with the devil. Maybe like 10 Ouija boards, or what do you call it? And he didn't close it off properly every time. So God knows what's hanging around his house. Yeah. Someone told him told him when he's going to die. At age of 69, I think it was. So he's got like 14 years left or whatever. So yeah, I might just do the water baby first then. What's the other stuff? I could keep Thirdphase to last. Then I'll go through all the X's. So we'll just play a clip of this one here. And then I'll just correct it or whatever. What's it? Muted. So I'm not sure who this guy is. But he's Strange Mysteries. Maybe that one's got millions and billions of viewers. And it seems to come and go with episodes. So whether the guy sold the domain, whether that's the original guy now doing it. But they were knocking out videos pretty much every day on various interest science topics or whatever.
The secret sauce that makes these water bears the ultimate survivalists. And here's the kicker. If we can adapt this superpower into our own biology, we're talking about a future where we can stop diseases like cancer, survive in places like the moon or Mars where there's hardly any atmosphere, and maybe even travel deep into space without turning into a pile of cosmic mush. Oh, and did I mention cryosleep? Yeah, like full-on sci-fi status. We're talking long naps through space, waking up just in time to live out our interstellar fantasies. Tardigrades could very well be the greatest survivors on Earth, but their story, how we even discover these little tanks, is just as wild as the extremes they can endure. Back in 1773, a German biologist named Johann...
So I guess he bought it from one of these links that I got it searched on. It sounds very similar to one of the things I read here. I don't know if it was that one. Or whether I kept that first one or not. So there's a lot more facts here in these things that he's going to talk about anyway. So the wiki page is pretty good on it, even. All those that say wiki page is not trustful information, it is when you compare it to all the other web pages. So yeah, we'll just go. Also, I didn't keep the page. He's reading off there, but we're going to just go through the history of it anyway. And
Glez
and
was peering through his
I'll post the link to the slide so you can watch his episode as well.
microscope, probably wondering what weird little creatures he'd spot next when he came across something wild. It wasn't swimming.
Kind of would put you off drinking water, wouldn't it? When you start to see all the microbes and things in water. Fear factor. That's where Joe Rogan got his famousness from, isn't it?
Or wriggling like your average microorganism. It was strutting around with 8 stubby legs, each with tiny claws, like it had somewhere important to be. Goes in a stroke.
It looks more like a slug to me, like a microscopic slug.
Stroke of genius, or maybe he was just having a weird day, decided to call it the water bear. And boom, this microscopic critter instantly became more lovable than most pets. Then, a few years later, an Italian biologist...
I don't know about that. Lovable than a dog.
Lazzaro Spallanzani came along and said, nah, we're going to call it tardigrada, which means...
Yeah, it had to be an asshole. Like all scientists, they got to have a big long name that you can't pronounce.
Slow walker. Real creative, right? A branding disaster compared to water bear, but the name stuck, even though tardigrades were already carving out a spot in the hearts of people who love weird tiny creatures. But the real magic came in 1842 when a French scientist, Louis Doyer, was poking around with these little guys. He was doing his usual thing, watching them...
So obviously you need a microscope to see them. I think you could... I don't know if you could barely see it with your eyes or not. You'd have to have good eyes. But you need like 10 times to 60 times soon.
Hang out in moist moss and accidentally let the moss dry out under his microscope. Suddenly, these little water bears stopped moving. I mean, they didn't just take a nap, they shriveled up like raisins, rolled into tiny balls, and just sat there. My man probably...
That's kind of interesting. So as soon as you took away the water source, that's a bit like other creatures in Africa, right? Where you got fish that come alive once there's water in the pond again. They sort of bury themselves into the mud and hibernate. These creatures are a bit more superior though. So yeah, you see how they want to understand this, you know. If you dehydrated a human, I think you would probably be difficulty bringing them back to life again. So what's so special about their cells that we didn't get?
He thought he just witnessed some kind of microscopic mass extinction. But then, and here's the kicker, when Doyer rehydrated them, they just woke up like nothing had happened. 1 minute they're dead, the next they're back in action, crawling around like, what?
So one thing they don't explain on these sites is how it comes back to life, you know. It can't be dead. There's got to be some cells on it that get reactivated, maybe through the electric field of the water, right? Through a couple of cells that starts activating current through it, even though it's carbon left without any water in it. But you can see how it was coming back to life there.
What's up? We're back. It was kind of like they had some kind of hidden superpower, which Doyer later called cryptobiosis. Basically, these little guys could shut everything down, metabolism, movement, the whole shebang, and then when conditions improve, just kick back into gear like a 90s...
So it's like a sci-fi, you know, hibernation. But you can see how they could use this once they analyze the DNA, how they could start creating, introducing the DNA into other species and organs and making super organs. Yeah, it's kind of scary when you think about it. So this idea that alien greys are actually us from the future, It wouldn't be so far-fetched if we started mucking around with DNA and then introducing other creatures into the DNA to make them hardened for space travel. So these alien greys may have been like I keep talking about multiverses, where the same DNA is throughout the universes, but they're at different timelines. These greys may come from a universe where they're millions of years or billions of years in the future to us, but they're still humans. That's what humans developed into, because they mucked around with the DNA and maybe introduced the Tarnican and the Would-Be DNA into baby fetuses and created these supercells where they can hibernate long distances in space. And then discovered the multiverse and come into ours and realized the original humans had something that the alien greys don't. Personalities, maybe. They're not very friendly greys. They don't have any emotions. They're just here to do a job and then go again. Robotic, in a sense, what contactees say. And that's how they seem to be when I first had my visit from them. They seem to be, they're there to do a job, and you are not going to move or do anything, like in surgery. So yeah. So has anyone actually mucked around with the DNA, you know? Right, your full name is DJ, abbreviated, okay. Yeah, thanks for joining us anyway. So we'll just carry on with this episode.
Chevy truck. In this state, they could survive pretty much anything. No water, no problem. They didn't care. They were like the ultimate survivalists, like the Bear Grylls of the microscopic world, except they didn't even need food or water. Alright, so now we're getting into the juicy part, how these little tardigrades actually put off this whole I can't die thing. In 2017, a team of scientists led by Thomas Boothby at the University of North Carolina said, "We've got to figure out what's really going on with these guys. How are they out here surviving in conditions that would make most creatures tap out faster than a UFC fighter?" See, here's the deal. Water, which makes up most of what's inside us, like 60 to 80%, is usually our buddy. It's the stuff of life, right? But when temperatures get super cold, water turns into an absolute jerk. It freezes, expands, and starts wreaking havoc like a bad tenant, busting through cell membranes, breaking apart
So that's why when you freeze meat, it doesn't taste as good when you thaw it back out. That's why it's best to buy your meat fresh from the butchers every day, or from the grocery store, or whatever you want to call it, mall. Because ice damages the cells in the meat and the other stuff as well, the veggies or whatever you're freezing in the freezer. But of course, a lot of people don't want to go shopping every day for fresh food. But yeah, ultimately it's going to be more nutritious for you, because once you start freezing stuff, you lose vitamins and all sorts of things. All the nutrition value starts getting destroyed in it. That's why if you leave stuff in the freezer for too long, it ends up tasting like cardboard. I think we had some like fish fillets that ended up being like little bricks. And Dad doesn't like to waste things, so he says coconut, and a horrible smell, really bad smell. He was eating them, and I said, "Oh no." Mum said, "Not going to eat those," and I said, "Yeah, not me either. Throw it out for the birds, even if they might not even eat it." But yeah, if you leave stuff in there, and if you don't have it properly wrapped and it gets frostburn, it makes it even go worse again. It sort of has a dry outer, almost like it dries it out. Rather than the ice going into it to lubricate it, it actually seems to dry it all out, even worse over time. You've probably noticed that yourself with certain foods. Some will worse than others. I think we stick bread in there. Bread seems to be all right in the freezer. Makes it last longer. Yeah, get your diet better. Yeah, so like salads, you know, salads go off after about 3 days in the fridge. You know, you got to sort of munch through those as soon as you get them from the shop, because they don't last very long. So he's talking about DNA here now, and yeah, so if they can figure out how it fixes the cell, apparently these can withstand extreme radiation, and also can be bored for 150 degrees Celsius for 1 hour before being killed. This is what I've read on these other pages here, so we'll go through it. I'm not sure on his facts here. I think there's one here that was really good on the facts. One was more wordy than others, but we'll go through it anyway because he doesn't cover everything. They're quite interesting little creatures. The reason I bring it up on this channel is because I think they're about 650 million years old or something. In the early stages of the world being developed, you know, all the creatures suddenly come into life, and this thing still stays as a microscopic water bear. Wasn't the list there, was it? I'm just trying to find the list. I don't think it was on the wiki. Maybe it was on this one. Is this thing long enough? Have they truncated it? Something's happened here. Got a feeling. Is there a more read more tab on it? It's got a video. I really want to watch the video. Was that even the link I wanted? I don't know. I don't even know now. Must have been on this one. I think it breaks it up into sections. Let's see. Slow walkers. Alright, here we go. The limits of the tardigrade life. This is a fun part. Just how hardy is the tardigrade? The question has intrigued scientists the world over for many decades. That's why they experimented in trying to kill them all the time. And boy, they've had a good go at testing the tardigrade's limits. So they can withstand low temperature down to 0.05 kelvins. So that's almost absolute zero, right? So they can withstand temperatures down there, but it hasn't said for how long on this page. And one of the other ones did actually tell you how long for. So this is where he might have got his information for. I think they keep it at low temperature for until they die, and I think they can withstand that low temperature up to an hour. I have to fact check that. It can withstand pressures of 40,000 kilopascals. So whatever that is, I think it's quite high. The burning ultraviolet radiation of space, being shot from a high-speed gun, traveling at nearly 3,000 seconds, 3,000 feet per second, and impact at 1.4 gigapascals, being stored in a freezer for 30 years. So that's not absolute Kelvin, so maybe they're quite happy at freezer temperatures, which is what, 0 Celsius. What's freezers will only go down to probably 4, is that -4? Despite the impressive stats, it's worthy noting that tardigrades are not typically classed as extremophiles. Yep, so to infinity and beyond. So this one breaks it down, but hasn't put the other limits on. It can go down a certain temperature, but it still can be killed, obviously. So apparently it can withstand up to 4,000 rays of radiation, where humans can only withstand 40, I think it is, before it kills you. So yeah, sounds like these could survive space travel on asteroids, right? So did they come from asteroids and seed the planet Earth? Of course, the scientists don't want to believe in that Panspermia stuff. They rather believe it was caused by them lightning strikes on the various chemicals in the swamp, or whatever it was on Earth at that time. It would be molten lava, I would have thought. I suppose it could have been developed in molten lava, because these things can withstand fairly high temperatures. Although 150 degrees Celsius is not like 8,000 degrees Celsius, is it? So they couldn't live in the sun. But it just makes you wonder if there's actually plasma beings that could live in the sun. Alright? And are the suns actually a living organism? There's all sorts of crazy stuff that we're yet to find out, I guess. Yeah, I've got various diagrams here on them. Talking about how it hibernates by the looks of it. Squashes down to a dehydrated slug. And I think they're still finding out things about them. They're doing more experiments on them. I'm not sure what all those charts are for. So they've got various ones that can withstand UV radiation better than others, I guess. Electron microscope view of them, I suppose. What are they saying? Who can blame us when they come in such a cute package? We're trying to destroy them. And he's got references there. Yeah, that wasn't the list that I had. So I'm not sure what's happened there. Where it breaks it down more precisely what they can withstand. So what happened there, Paul? I don't know. Let's just reload that page just in case. Unless it's on the Wikipedia. It could be on the Wikipedia. Okay, what's it saying here? Species of microscopic aquatic animals that can be found in moss, ferns, lichens, soil, beaches, dunes, and other damp habitats all over the planet. So you probably got some in your stomach, probably. They're quite happily living inside you. He found that water bears near the New York Hall of Science, Queens in New York, to start your need Alright, so it's saying here how you can collect them. You'll need an envelope, a small knife, and a 10 to 60 times microscope. Go outside and collect some moss. So I guess it doesn't matter what country you're in. It might be a bit harder to find some in the desert, maybe. Scientists have reported tardigrades in the hot springs on top of on Himalayas, under layers of solid ice, and in the ocean sediments. Many species can be found in molder environments, such as lake ponds and meadows. Most common in moist environments. Yep. One of the few groups of species that are capable of reversibility, suspension their metabolism, and go into a state of cryobiosis. These great words. Several species regularly survive in a dehydrated state for nearly 10 years. So this one's put a limit on it. So they can only stay dehydrated up to 10 years. So they put one in the freezer for 30 years, and they obviously take a sample off to see if they can bring them back to life every year, see how long they keep going for. I suppose that's how they would do it, because 30 years is a long time for a scientist for a testing experiment. Let's do the same here. Dehydrate them, have a whole slab of them on the shelf or whatever, cupboard, and just take a slice off it and put some water on and see if they come back to life. So it seems to me if you freeze them, they've still got water. They live longer than they do dehydrated. But still, it's pretty amazing when you think about it. 10 years dehydrated. It kind of reminds me of that sci-fi series, the Chinese one that beat Netflix. What was it called now? The Three Suns. Three Bodies. The three-body sci-fi that I talked about months ago. Where they're talking about the species on the planet would dehydrate and go into suspension when all the suns come up and hit the planet with lots of radiation. So they must have got that idea from these water bears, I'd say, in that sci-fi. A lot of it was based on theories and dimensions and all that sort of stuff, and science. Fringe science, I'd say, some of it too. But anyway, how they're sort of going down multiple levels of what do you call it? Where they can shrink down like a supercomputer into a atom or whatever it was. What do you call it? Where they shrink it all down, but it still functions, and they can then shoot the atom at Earth, and can then control Earth from space from this one atom. Can't think of the. Is it super? I can't think of the words, but anyway, it's in my head somewhere. Let's just keep going here. So even on that there, I'm not sure how they got the picture, obviously from a high-powered optical microscope. You can see it does have variations in shading of internals rather than being clear then. So is that it obviously eats other things like these bits in the water, algae or whatever it is, fungus, and it goes through the thing like a prawn. The prawn has its digestive tract at the back of it, right? You normally cut it open and strip out the little black strip. This looks very similar. It eats, then it pumps it down to the other end and poos it out. Yeah. Brown. I'm not sure what the brown is. Brown, yellow. I suppose we haven't got the tools to dissect that sort of thing yet, you know, nanotechnology. Makes you wonder what the aliens would be able to do. What happened there? Anyway, I'll post some of the links to it. It's quite an interesting topic, really. How it relates to our life as well as the universe. Okay. I'll post that one up. Looks like there's a video there which I haven't watched, but that video might actually be good. Why does it not come up? Just call it Would It Be a One? Now, Wikipedia is quite got a lot of stuff here. It's got some really interesting 3D scan images of them. Kind of looks like bacteria in a sense, doesn't it? With the little claws. If you look at the dust mite, they're true aliens, and they live on our planets, and we probably consume them by accident. They're probably in our water and all sorts of things. We compare it to the dust mites. So who knows what we can find out about other bacteria and organisms that are so small we don't see them. They might have superpowers as well. We know ants can lift up lots of their weight. Images. Creepy. Right, very similar, but much bigger, obviously. So these water bears probably are a wee bit smaller. Oh no, they're a wee bit bigger, aren't they? These things could live on the water bear, the opposite way around. I got it around the wrong way. These would be way smaller, dust mites, so they'd be living on a water bear. It's hard to believe that's what's living on us. Do you feel itchy? Itchy baby. Yeah. This is what makes us all sick. You never know what's in us that's causing problems or spreading itches and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. So that's a dust mite. About harmful. Haven't seen them that big on the skin though. So it gives you an idea. Yeah, someone needs to do a chat with all the different microorganisms from the biggest to the smallest and see how many live on those other organisms. That would be a really interesting chat, I think. But it's got these little hairy things. It's actually the same as the little claws. You think those little claws you'd feel digging into your skin, holding onto your skin. Again, they look like insects, don't they? And they also look like some of the seafood that you eat, crabs and stuff. Yeah, those ones there, look. It's very interesting, though. There's one that's eating part of a cell by the looks of it, or a dead cell. Yeah. So, where was he? And we're just looking at these ones here. Oh. So it looks like here we can actually see other dust mites or something living on it, right? Other microorganisms. You can see little white specks on it. Makes you wonder if they get any diseases as well. But yeah, they must have some sort of intelligence, surely, a brain on them. What size brain are we talking about here? And you're talking about like a few atoms. You know, this is what I keep talking about. The atom has got to have more information stored within the nucleus of the atom than just the information being passed through DNA with connections between the atoms. Because how do they communicate? They don't have like schools and teach you different languages. It's got the information's got to be passed as soon as they're born. There's got to be a lot more going on here than we will ever understand in our lifetime. Probably millions of years down the track, thousands of years maybe, depending on technology explosion, I suppose. So the earliest known true members of the group are known from Cretaceous, which again is like seafood, isn't it? The seafood era, isn't it? 145 to 66 million years ago. I thought it was a bit longer than that. What's it say down here? Their origin is therefore likely much earlier, as they diverged from their closest relatives in Cambrian more than I said 500, didn't I? 500 million years ago. Yeah, and of course they could have come from other rocks in space floating around, right? We so need to get into space. It's the only way we're going to know. Well, that one's got 3 claws. I thought it was 2 claws they had. Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell. Let's have a look. That one's got a bit more claws on it, actually. That's got 2 there. That one's got 3. That one only looks like it's got 1, but it might have the other ones curled up. So it might be like 4 fingers, is it? I suppose that's what they got from a microscope and looking at it through the eye. Body length of 1.5 millimeters. So you should be able to see it with your eye, shouldn't you? Although they're sort of clear. I'm not sure what happened to that page with all the other facts I had. It's not showing up here. But looks for its reproduction. So there's 2 sexes. So there's no weirdos. Self-producing organisms. Trans water bears. Imagine that. Scary. Now the eggs hatch after no more than 14 days. So they can reproduce quite fast. Amazing. Damn, blurry eye. Makes you wonder if they're ever going to come right, actually. Sometimes people have to have a second operation on the eye to make sure and get rid of the double images. Hopefully I'm not going to be one of the unfortunate ones, but you never know. Hot springs. Okay, this one talks about it in more detail though. Durations and temperatures. It talks about several minutes here, so let's have a look. Well, others can withstand extremely hot temperatures up to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. What's that? 150 degrees Celsius for several minutes. So I thought it was an hour, I read, but here they say it's only several minutes it can withstand. Pressures above 6 times greater than those found in the deepest depths of the trenches of the oceans. At dozens, hundreds of times higher than the lethal dose for a human. And the vacuum of outer space. So they don't need air. So where'd they get the oxygen from? It has to be through water, surely. So you can see why they'd probably want to experiment with this, because it can live in outer space, in the freezing cold, extreme temperatures. It can go into hibernation up to 10 years. Sounds like the perfect type of creature to explore the universe. If it was bigger. What is that guy on Star Wars? Jabba. The big sluggy type creature. Jabba Hutt, was it? Oh, here we go. Temperatures. They got more information here. Can survive in extreme environments that would kill almost any other animal. A few minutes at 151 degrees Celsius. 30 years at negative 20. So that's in the freezer. A few days at negative 200 degrees Celsius. A few minutes at negative 272. Which is down to almost absolute zero. A few minutes at absolute zero. That's pretty amazing. That's when even atoms stop vibrating. Telling us the sensitive to high temperatures, researchers showed it takes 48 hours at 31 degrees Celsius to kill half of active tardigans that have not been acclimated to heat. So what's that mean? So they take it from the freezing cold and stick it at our body temperature for 48 hours. Half of them don't survive. Too much of a sudden change in temperature for them. So you got to acclimatize them. So you can see they've been doing lots of experiments with it. 2021 scientists report they had cooled down a tardigrade of the species Ramazzotilus. Crazy names they come up. To 10 millikelvin above absolute zero and put it under extremely low pressure at the same time. After 420 hours, the animal was brought back to life again. That sounds like they could survive space. You'd think, wouldn't it? Now, if it's inside a rock, even more so, I would have thought. Yeah. Anyway, after space, I'm talking about radiation now. Like I said, it's got a fairly good Wikipedia on it. Sounds like the most studied thing at the moment. And of course, anti-aging and all that sort of stuff, I guess. And what was that one there? Let's see, there's something be up there. What's that up there? Where's my page gone? Yeah, what was this one? Was that on the tardigrades? Research just showed that introduction tardigrade proteins can slow metabolism in human cells. So yeah, I told you they'll be experimenting, moving DNA from one creature to another, and you end up being an alien grey that's able to withstand radiation, extreme heat, and extreme cold. Having black eyes would mean they're more sensitive to light, because they could live in harsh planets where no sun gets to the surface. But it doesn't mean, it sort of gives us an idea of what life in outer space could be, though. So if we find that on planet Earth and it's not related to space at all, if they can prove that beyond doubt, doesn't mean that there's not other life that's formed similar, with similar traits, and where you got humanoid beings that have got some of those traits, where their cells are hardened from radiation, and they can sort of hibernate themselves and live in extreme environments where humans couldn't. Opens up more possibility of life in the universe, doesn't it? We know there's so many there's basically a solar system per star out there. If it turns out that there's actually creatures like the tardigrades out there, then all planets are feasible for having life on, basically. So yeah, doesn't seem like you need sunlight, because sunlight is like heat, right? But you still need organisms to eat. They still eat organisms smaller than them. So funguses and stuff. So here's a research paper I found. Wyoming researchers have gained further insight into how tardigrades survive extreme conditions, and shown that proteins from the microscopic creatures expressed in human cells can slow down molecular processes. This makes the tardigrades proteins potential candidates and technologies centered on slowing the aging process and in long-term storage of human cells. So there will be superhumans like alien greys that can live 300 years, right? The new study published in this journal, Protein Science, examines the mechanisms used by tardigrades to enter and exit from suspended emanation. See, this could also go wrong, right? If you start making superhumans, those superhumans then could take over the planet, right? Forget about robots and AI. This stuff could go badly wrong. Could create something like the Bigfoot. Remember they were saying that the Russians were mixing Bigfoot DNA or the Yeti DNA of Russia, Bigfoot variation with human DNA. They were making these super troops. Maybe it's not so far-fetched, that story. We've covered it in the past. Apparently they captured one Bigfoot and put it on a train heading towards Moscow, was it, for scientists to research. And something happened and it escaped. Obviously they're very tricky to capture, these Bigfoots. So they're saying, yes, 1 millimeter long. We heard 1.5 millimeters long maximum, so not that big, and well, they're not that small either. So anti-aging, but they've probably done a lot more on that than that, I'd say. But that list I had of all the good points and the durations, where it summarized all this down, I've lost it for some reason. A bit of a shame, but anyway. So we'll just have listen off the rest of that guy's episode, or most of it anyway, and we'll see how many things he didn't clarify that we've read here. So you can see here, they see how if you took it from this webpage here, right, it's not got the full information like the Wikipedia page has. You know, it talks about the low temperatures it can be done to, but there is a time limit on all of these things, and I think that's sort of bad, not having that extra information. You need a time limit. If it's like forever, it should be in brackets, forever. Only 2 minutes, and you know, it should have that sort of information. So someone still needs to do an episode, the real facts on the water bear. Anyway, we don't want to spend too long on it. What a difference a protein makes. A sugar that some bacteria, plants, fungi, and invertebrates use to survive extreme cold temperatures and the lack of water. However, a 2016 study from wherever that is, I think it's mostly Japan doing the research, so that must be Japanese. Kunida. His team from, oh yeah, Tokyo, so he's down further. There you go. I think it's mostly Japanese doing the research on it. It kind of reminds me of like Blade Runner, where they got a lot of Asian influence in that movie, where they're mucking around with the DNA. I always wondered if they were Japanese or Chinese, though, or a bit of both in the movie. But maybe this is a sign that maybe DNA research will become from Japan. Who knows? Where they crossbreed and things and making superhumans, making clones that go and work off-world in the mines and the cold temperatures or asteroid fields. Yeah, it talks about scientific stuff there. Okay, what's this one talking about here? They were absorbing the shorter wavelengths of light and emitting longer ones. What's this one? Of course, the cold tolerant properties of tardigrade proteins are just one route for useful applications. In 2020, researchers stumbled across a new species of tardigrades that were capable of surviving intense dozens of ultraviolet radiation. Oh, intense, I mean. When they looked into the mechanism behind it, it seems the animals were fluorescent. So is that going to make big screen TVs better, is it? I mean, who knows? They were absorbing the shorter wavelengths of light and emitting longer ones, protecting their cells from the radiation damage in the process. So it's like cancellation of electromagnetic waves. That sounds like that research could be used to make artificial skins for planes, you know, for cloaking. You never know. Researchers decided to go one step further and ground the tardigrades into a paste. Into a paste that was then applied to C. elegans worms. And remarkably, these worms were then able to tolerate much higher doses of UV radiation. So you can see they might be growing tardigrades, grind them up and make a paste out of it and use it in applications like spacesuits or whatever. The team hopes this could open up the door to a type of tardigrade sunscreen. Well, there you go. That is used to protect humans from radiation. Yep, and they probably could put it on their skin and go into nuclear power plants that are radioactive from meltdown and stuff. Yes, so I'll post that link there as well. That one's got a lot of information on that page. I suppose we missed some stuff there though. Here we go on the side chat. Anything? Anything new? Oh, looks like it hasn't been scrolling. Let's see. I think something to do with that bot. Once I enter that bot and it's not scrolling right. Alright, so I was about to... I wonder if that can be used to improve eye vision, because it looks like they move around. That's the only thing they haven't got is eyesight, but it looks like they move around by feel. Why is that not working now? Some strangeness happening. Water bears. Fascinating topic. How many other UFO channels would be talking about water bears and space aliens? Probably no other. Aren't you glad you found me? Anyway, carry on. Is everything working alright out there? No one's talking really much. We got 3 on Pills, 1 on YouTube, and we're only just barely making 10 viewers ago. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if I'm wasting my time on this sort of stuff. Anyway, Wikipedia, it's got the best information on it, all the most up-to-date information on it. Yeah, it's a big page on it, that's for sure. I suppose I could post that as well. The wiki. no doubt we'll probably come back to them, and we'll probably find out what other research they do in the future. And what other space applications they're using it in, or what Elon Musk is using them for. I see he's brought out a new car that can self-drive, taxi. So yeah, not sure if I trust being driven around by robots, especially when there's other drivers on the road that are not robots. Because we know how good cameras are in the daytime. It might be safer driving around automatically in daytime, but as soon as nighttime comes, it's got less optics, right? So you can only go to infrared and thermal and all that sort of stuff. Color night vision might be okay, but not as good as in daytime, you know, optics and judging distances and all that sort of stuff out there. So I'll just play more of this here. Looks like I've got some lunch arriving.
DNA and just straight up ruining the place. And while we figured out how to freeze and thaw some things like eggs and sperm, yeah, science is weird. Freezing whole bodies, nah, that's still not happening. No matter what your conspiracy theory uncle says about Walt Disney's frozen head chilling under Disneyland. But tardigrades, they figured it out. They aren't just surviving a chilly breeze or mild frost. These dudes are tanking temperatures as low as negative 270 degrees Celsius. So cold that atoms are basically like, all right, we're done moving. And how do they do it? They start dehydrating themselves, losing up to 97% of their water. It's like their version of packing up and heading south for the winter, except instead of hitting up Miami, they shrivel up into a little raisin, hunker down, and wait for the world to get a little less crazy. This isn't a quick fix, though. It takes hours for them to dehydrate like that, but by squeezing out nearly all their water, they dodge the whole ice crystals blowing up my insides problem, while shrinking themselves down into a tiny, more aerodynamic version of their usual adorable.
So we read that they can last up to 30 years in the freezer. So they're not exactly hibernating, but surely they must be. Are they still eating and living? I don't know. It wasn't too clear, is it? How would they move around in the freezer and eat food still? As it sort of slowed down their aging process. Well, the dehydration, obviously, they last only 1/3 as long. So why couldn't you freeze people if they had the supercells?
Self. They're like, all right, I'm just going to ride this one out. So here's the thing. It's not just that tardigrades can shrink down like a raisin and call it a day. There's got to be something deeper going on. Some kind of secret sauce, right? Well, Boothby and his team were like, let's crack this code. They started looking at what's happening at the molecular level when these little guys go into their ton state. You know, the whole raisin thing. Turns out the answer isn't what you'd expect. Instead of regular old proteins that fold up all nice and neat and tidy, tardigrades are packing something a little more, let's say, disorganized. These things are called TDPs, tardigrade-specific intrinsically disordered proteins. Yeah, that's basically a mouthful. But basically, they're like the loose threads hanging out in the cell, not really doing much until things get rough. Then they spring into action. When the tardigrades start dying out, these TDPs go full Han Solo.
So I'm not sure where he's got the video from here, whether he made it himself. But it could be on one of those other videos. So how would you protect the proteins from radiation? Obviously you've got to create a shell around it, right? But like lead. And we know water does sort of act as a shield. But yeah, let's just find out what they use for radiation protection.
solo in carbonite, turning into this glassy protective layer inside the cell. I'm talking like straight up creating a protective force field around the proteins, keeping everything from falling apart. Imagine you're frying an egg. Those proteins in the egg white go from all clear and organized to a hot scrambled mess. Well, TDPs stop that from happening in tardigrades. They keep things in check so the tardigrade doesn't end up scrambled, even when it's frozen, dried out, or microwaved. And then in 2021, scientists found something else.
Was it the article I just got as well? I think it was, wasn't it? About agent.
Another protein called CAHS, which stands for cytoplasmic abundant heat soluble protein. It works like some kind of next level backup system, creating a gel-like network in the cell, protecting it from all the nasty stuff dehydration or extreme cold can do. It's like the tardigrades got a whole team of bodyguards inside, stopping their cells from turning into a protein smoothie. But Boothby and his crew weren't done. They wanted to test if these TDPs were really the MVPs of tardigrade survival. So they did the most scientific thing ever. They took the genes for these proteins and shoved them into yeast and bacteria. And guess what? These organisms, which would normally dry up and die faster than you can say desiccation, suddenly started surviving the extreme dry out like they've been training with the tardigrades. These proteins were the real deal. They formed the same protective shield and let these other organisms cheat death, just like the tardigrades. But hold on, there's more. While these TDPs are great for protection against dehydration, they don't do squat when it comes to radiation. I'm talking about the kind of radiation that would fry a human faster than you can blink. The lethal dose for humans is around 50 grays. At that point, you're looking at convulsions and death in like 5 days. But tardigrades, they can handle 4,000 grays. That's like taking a nuke to the face and walking it off. So now Boothby and the gang were ready to figure out why tardigrades could just laugh in the face of radiation. They picked a specific type of tardigrade called Hypsibius exemplaris, which, let's be honest, was extremely difficult to pronounce and sounds like something you'd order at a
Really true.
fancy restaurant. But it's really just a model tardigrade known for being one tough little bugger. Even though it's a
So yeah, he's looked more into the radiation side of it here.
survival machine, radiation is still a big problem. Gamma rays in particular will really mess you up. So what do? The scientists basically hit these tardigrades with gamma rays strong enough to make most creatures tap out immediately. We're talking doses way beyond what humans could survive. And you'd think this would be the end for our little microscopic friend, but nah, the tardigrade just rolled with it. Boothby and his team were like, how is this thing still alive? So they broke out the big guns, genomic sequencing and proteomics, to see what was happening on the tiniest level possible. And when you know it, these tardigrades didn't just sit there and take the radiation damage like a champ, they fought back. As soon as the radiation hit, their cells flipped a switch and activated hundreds of genes responsible for DNA repair and protection. It was like calling an entire army of repairmen to fix the damage in real time. Now, two proteins really stood out. One called DSUP, short for damage suppressor, which is basically like the bodyguard for DNA. It literally wraps itself around the DNA strands and says, I got this, taking the hit from radiation so the DNA doesn't break apart like a cheap lawn chair. In populations where DSUP was active, there were way fewer double-stranded DNA breaks, which is like the DNA version.
So that sounds like dead cells on their body. They absorb all the radiation. It would kill the new cells underneath. About gamma rays, how do you stop gamma rays? I think they pass this through everything. I don't think anything stops gamma rays, does it? Trying to eat and breathe at the same time. A bit hard to do when your throat is really dry. Okay, so they reckon lead. But it has to be a certain thickness, doesn't it? No, which it doesn't tell us there. It can only be stopped by many centimetres of lead. What's many? And many meters of concrete. But yeah, if you look at what stops alpha particles, so I guess if it's thick enough, the gamma ray bounces around all the different atoms, eventually hitting one or two and gradually losing its energy, and it finally gets stopped. What it does to the atom inside, the lead atom inside. That's the question. Let's see, what stops alpha particles? There's always so much to learn in science, isn't there? There you go. Cannot penetrate most matter, a piece of paper or outer layers of skin. So, alpha particles and beta particles, is it? More penetrating than alpha particles, but are less damaging to living tissue. And then you got UV. Let's see if we can find out what happens. Damage to lead. When it hits the atom. A ray of radiation has very little chance of passing through. Gamma radiation is that high energy strike with the cube stick. Gamma rays get lost in the lead as they strike the lead's atoms and finally wind down, causing the lead atoms quite a lot of excitement, but leaving lead protected. So basically it heats it up by the sounds of it. Causes slight vibration, creates heat, but doesn't cause a nuclear reaction, you know, like breaks down to another element or whatever. Does lead stop beta radiation? Yes, we found a piece of paper that can do it. So yeah, there we go. We got some more stuff there. So how does it do it with a thin layer around a cell of proteins for gamma? It obviously can't, can it? But if the gamma radiation has to hit into that barrier around the cell, then that's going to cause a sudden burst of heat. And whether it breaks it apart, it's hard to know, and if it repairs itself. So there might be some more cleverness to it, you know. Anyway, I think we're pretty much done here.
of a
On the
snapped
subject.
rope. Then there's TRD1, another protein that's doing something straight out of a sci-fi movie. This one acts like molecular glue holding chromosomes together even when they start fraying under stress. It's basically giving the cell time to patch things up, preventing the whole thing from falling apart like a bad IKEA dresser. So between the
So they looked into that too, which is what I was just saying. So the gamma ray breaks it, and then it self-repairs.
BS protecting the DNA like a human shield, and TRD1 making sure everything stays glued together, these tardigrades are practically invincible against radiation. It's like they're built for living in a world where the sun just decided to take a permanent vacation and leave behind nothing but gamma rays. Alright, so here's where things...
That sounds like early Earth, doesn't it? What was the periods again? Caucasian. Let's see. Images. Here we go, but can we read the chats? Is there any good chats here that can read? Probably not. Can we zoom in? So one topic I didn't do at university was this one in science, geology. But there is some interest in it, isn't it? It's like an interesting field. Yeah, it's not very clear chat, is it? I'm not sure. I don't think it's my eyes that are bad, but here we go. They're in that period here. Which is not too far away from humans, by the looks of it. So that was 50 million years ago to 150. Then you got what's that one say? Jurassic, is it? Jurassic. No, that's that one there, isn't it? Jurassic. Triassic. So it goes all back to the dinosaurs and big insects. What's down there? Proteristic. Archline. What's that last one? Head clay, is it? Headland. So that looks like little critters in the water. You think the worms, the water bears would be in that level down here, wouldn't you? But they're all the way up here. Which doesn't make any sense to me. Makes me wonder if they got that wrong. And I suppose they would have had to taken it from soil samples to see what level they started in. They couldn't use carbon dating back then because it loses accuracy after 50,000 years, isn't it? Because C14 in the air kept changing. Anyway, I'll just share what this guy's got to say. And you can go through the rest of it if you want to, but yeah, I think we've covered most of the interesting bits there. We don't want to share his whole episode because he might get a bit nasty with the copyright. He still might. Which will be a shame. Not that I'm going to get many views. Probably won't even get 100. We don't even make 100 nowadays. What's that worth? A few cents. So, what's this one called? He's got like 2 million. How many views has he got on that one? 2 million subscribers. So he hasn't got that many views in 4 days. So it looks like that was on a dying channel as well for some reason. Did they lose monetization and give up, did they? Something happened to that channel anyway. Where's my thing gone? I didn't close it down, did I? Okay. Mystery video on water beer. But you notice he didn't include on his one either the duration of temperatures. And I think that's pretty bad research if you didn't come across the durations of temperature, because it's on the wiki page at least. He sort of skimmed over that bit more. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up and just add the extra bits and transform it into something a wee bit better. So let's go through all the other stuff we got. I suppose we've got a load of crap here now. Okay, let's go through some of the X stuff. How are we going for time? Probably spent 3 hours on that one topic. 1.5 hours on that topic on the water bears. But yeah, you can see how it can go. It can go into all sorts of areas in science and even paranormal to the UFO side of things and alien life. So what's Elon Musk saying here? Elon Musk tells Tucker Carlson UFO seen by US military pilots top secret classified weapon programs. Now, sounds to me like he's been fed the information from a government source, right? Where would he get that from? And yeah, do we believe him? I'd say quite a lot of the stuff they see could be other countries as well as their own DARPA projects, but you still can't eliminate them, any of them being alien craft, right? It's kind of a bit silly, really. But anyway, we'll have a listen to what he's got to say.
When you say what are the aliens,
where are the aliens?
Oh,
Like,
where's
why
the
don't
one
we
gone?
A lot of people think we see aliens, but I've not seen any evidence of aliens. We've got 6,000 satellites in orbit, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spacecraft.
Right. But on this Earth, the U.S. military has had to do a lot of maneuvering around objects they can't explain.
Well, unidentified flying objects is one thing, but I mean, there's always a bunch of classified programs that are underway of new aircraft and new missiles and things. So that are classified even within the military. So it's only if you have the top secret compartmented clearance, would you know about this new program? So then some pilot sees something moving fast and says, "Hey, I saw a UFO." I'm like, "Yeah, that was actually a new weapons program, but we can't tell you that." But you can guarantee that the split second I see any evidence of aliens, I will immediately post that on the X platform. And it'll probably be our #1 post of all time.
That'll be your biggest day,
yes,
for sure.
Yeah, he didn't seem too sure on his information there, though, did he? His body language was all over the place. Yeah, so what did they say down here? Alright, I posted some comments too. He's correct, as the alien craft are discs, not tic-tacs. So the tic-tac ones are our technology drones, and the disc ones, the old classic discs, we are sure from credible sightings are definitely not ours, because they've been seen going back hundreds of years, right? That's what Mill government has fed him clearly. Pilots saw DARPA drone planes. So this is a whole argument with Mick West that what they're seeing is a distant plane. Although one of them he's saying was a passenger jet, which I doubt. And the other one, the gimbal one, was like another fighter jet, but it could easily be a drone, DARPA drone, right? A drone plane. That's why it can do faster speeds than the regular planes, withstand the G-forces, right? Great news. So when do they finally deploy those nifty tic-tac craft? Indeed. When they want to start war with Russia, probably. Someone said correct. I don't trust Elon on this as far as I could toss my cookies. Oh, Grey. I have to give him a tick for that. It's funny because it's what he's been told, I'd say. When you think about it, I keep telling you that the UFOs are not coming from space. They can simply just pass through atoms anyway, so his satellites wouldn't matter anything. So when they're going at hypersonic speeds in the atmosphere, they could literally hit something and explode. But if they're going through space, they're using some other method where it creates a plasma vortex and creates portals, and it can simply just pass through normal matter and just re-energize back into normal matter through the portal, which I've covered many times in the past live shows. And I've tried to justify it with various sciences out there that have been playing around with it. Any other good comments here? Big Elon fan, but he's not being truthful here. Well, I think he is. And I think, like you said, if he had captured a flying disc passing through his satellite array, he certainly would be posting it. Even if the government would tell him not to. Because he's that sort of guy. Clearly a lie. See, people don't take the middle ground on this, right? So they always go one side or the other. Are they talking about Tyler off secure team there? Tyler was and may still be Elon's US Space Force handler. This tweet has been deleted. Tyler who? Anyway, moving on. Do you want a copy of that so you can have a listen to it? Suppose we could post it. Just do it down there. We mistyped it, but I don't care. You can't see what you're typing down there. Next one. So this is the other big news that's sort of come out. This Immaculate Constellation thing. So from this another Ross Coulthart type reporter that gets things wrong and makes amazing claims, and also puts a paywall if you want to read the full article. To me, that's someone trying to make money out of ufology rather than trying to open source ufology so more scientists and stuff get involved in it, and not the best people to have as reporters. Anyway, what's he saying here? The US government says it's not hiding a secret UAP UFO program, but dozens of whistleblowers, which have no evidence, say it is. And now a new whistleblower, yet another one, has come forward to reveal what the government is hiding, including the name of the secret program, which is revealed here in for the first time. So he's made this report up here, but I think you click on it and it goes to a paywall, does it? You have to subscribe on his Twitter page, which I've been trying to get subscriptions on mine. I've been trying to prove my identity for at least a couple of years now, and they're so slow on their support, and their tools are not up to date. But it allows people to fund you every month, like if they want to support what you do. Or X, I suppose they get a cut of it. So yeah, alright, it's broken up into parts here. Okay. Pentagon is allegedly hiding. New government whistleblower. For the first time, the name of this USA P program for an unidentified anomalous phenomenon. General Lloyd Austin testifies. And I suppose it goes to a certain length, does it? And then you got to subscribe, is it? Please subscribe now to support public award-winning investigative journalism and to read the rest of the article. There you go. So we got a couple pages. It's a wee bit much to read though. Let's just put it through the reader, shall we? Give it a try. Because my eyes are no good still, unfortunately. Whether they ever be good, I don't know. Might be just the level of quality I'm going to get at the moment. Was that the right one? Yeah, I think it was. Edge. Where else to read it without subscribing? I might be able to. Let's see how we go. Reader. Okay, click there, I think. Here we go.
Post. Michael Schellenberger. At Schellenberger. Pentagon is illegally hiding secret UFO program from Congress. Whistleblowers allege new government whistleblower reveals, for the first time, the name of the Unacknowledged Special Access Program, USAP, for Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena, UAPs. General Lloyd Austin testifies before the Senate Armed Services Committee during his confirmation hearing to be the next Secretary of Defense on January 19, 2021. Photo by Greg Nash /pool/AFP via Getty Images. Underscore 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 underscore. Former President Donald Trump being interviewed by his son, Don Trump, Jr., about UAPs. Trump has said repeatedly that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. In 2020, during a podcast, one of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community, IC, in particular. The first article of the United States Constitution specifies this responsibility. This role ensures that powerful governmental entities operate within the bounds of the law, uphold democratic principles, and remain accountable to the American people. This responsibility extends to classified programs like Special Access Programs, SAPs. By law, the Department of Defense, DoD, must notify the Gang of Eight, the chairpersons and ranking members of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and the majority and minority leaders of the House and Senate, and/or the relevant congressional committees about their existence. The National Security Act of 1947 requires that covert operations and compartmentalized access programs, CAPs, by intelligence agencies, including the military intelligence community, be reported to Congress. Specifically, the President must provide a written finding that justifies covert action and submit it to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. While the military and IC may limit the amount of detail shared with Congress, the constitutional and legal responsibility remains. Sunshine remains the best disinfectant. Readers are, of course, welcome to disbelieve the whistleblowers and the evidence they provide of UAPs. I do not claim to know what they are. There is, however, a growing body of evidence that the government is not being transparent about what it knows about UAPs and that elements within the military and IC are in violation of their constitution.
And they'll never be transparent, guarantee it. Because the real information is too scary. And they can't control the skies. They can't stop the aliens. So it'll never be released, the information. It's like saying, oh, we've got aliens visiting us, it's true, and we can detect them, and we can stop them, then people will be less scared. But if they said there are aliens, they can sharpen our skies anywhere through portals using new technology we've yet to understand, but we can't stop them abducting people, it's going to cause mass panic worldwide, so it's never going to happen. I still think the separate department was set up and self-funded many years ago by one of the early presidents that got to see the alien stuff firsthand, realizing that the government changes hands every 4 years. I've said this many times. I think there is a separate government, and they have various people working inside these government departments as spies, pretty much, and getting access to the computer records and modifying them before it gets to the wrong people's eyes, and taking copies of the real stuff and store it on their own database or whatever. Whether it's one of those whistleblowers that's connected to this outside government program is another thing. That's when they could get exposed, if you had enough people breaking away from the core element who wants the rest of the world to know there are aliens up there, aliens, and they can abduct and they can do whatever they want, and don't care if humans are going to panic about it or lose their religion over it. That's the only time I could see that happening, but it hasn't happened. How would you prove this outside organisation exists outside the government, but has a lot of power? MJ12, so And maybe this outside government organisation is also the one that organised blowing up the Twin Towers. Who knows?
Constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. Over the last 4 days, a Pentagon spokesperson repeatedly promised to respond to public's questions but did not do so. We will update this article with their response should they decide to provide one. Michael. Underscore 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 underscore
back to that,
underscore
gang.
underscore underscore underscore
Let's see, I'll
underscore
click this
underscore
this
underscore.
time.
There is no evidence that any non-human or extraterrestrial intelligence has visited Earth, according to a May 2024 report by the office the Pentagon created in 2022 to study unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, formerly called UFOs. The Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office ARO assesses that the inaccurate claim that the USG is reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology and is hiding it from Congress is, in large part, the report concluded, the result of circular reporting from a group of individuals who believe this to be the case, despite the lack of any evidence. The former director of ARO has since resigned his position and has repeatedly dismissed and ridiculed the topic, claiming that talk of the phenomenon is due mainly to a small group of individuals in the grip of a rumor-based religion. But critics say that AARO's 63-page history of the U.S. government's investigation into UAPs since the end of World War II was riddled with factual errors and poor referencing, including to Wikipedia. And the document was missing historical information that appeared in the 117-page UAP timeline document created by a former or existing U.S. government intelligence officer that published last year. Christopher Mellon, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under President George H.W. Bush, wrote a lengthy rebuttal, concluding, "This is the most error-ridden and unsatisfactory government report I can recall reading during or after decades of government service." And major political figures, including Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and both Democrats and Republicans in Congress, have vouched for the credibility of UAP witnesses and whistleblowers. "I've interviewed solid people," said former President Donald Trump in September, "great pilots for the U.S. Air Force, etc. They've seen things that they cannot explain." Former President Donald Trump being interviewed by his son, Don Trump, Jr., about UAPs. Trump has said repeatedly that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. In 2020, during a podcast with his son, Donald Trump, Jr., Trump said, "I won't talk to you about what I know about it, but it's very interesting." In June of this year, Trump said that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. "I have access," he said, "and I speak to people about it. I've had actually meetings on it. And they will tell you there's something going on." In 2021, former CIA Director John Brennan said, "I think some of the phenomena we may be seeing continue to be unexplained and might be some type of phenomenon that results from something that we don't yet understand and could involve some type of activity that some might say constitutes a different form of life." The same year, the current Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, said UAPs could constitute human intelligence, NHI. In 2023, a high-ranking former intelligence officer named David Grush testified to Congress that the U.S. government had retrieved spacecraft of non-human origin and bodies, which U.S. government insiders told public was accurate. In July 2022, the Intelligence Community Inspector General concluded that Grush's complaint that elements of the IC had withheld or hidden UAP-related information from Congress to purposely and intentionally thwart legitimate congressional oversight of the UAP program was both credible and urgent. At the time, Charles McCullough III, the first Inspector General of the intelligence community, who the U.S. Senate had confirmed for his job in 2011, represented Grush. That does not mean that extraterrestrial beings occupy or are operating the UAPs, nor that the U.S. government and military contractors are hiding crashed alien spacecraft or bodies, as some former astronauts, former IC officers, and former military leaders claim. There are other explanations for UAPs. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by AARO, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomenon we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma.
Where'd you go?
They could
Michael
also be
King?
part of some new US or foreign government weapons program, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI hoaxes, or birds. Other UAP skeptics say that some combination of government disinformation and social contagion, like the satanic panic of the 1980s or the Salem witch trials, among UAP believers in the US military are driving the phenomenon. Is it possible that the Pentagon and CIA are still playing disinformation games with the American people to cover up unacknowledged programs? Or that intelligence and security agencies, as well as politicians,
They're doing
are
it all the
creating a
time with
UAP
censorship.
hoax to frighten the public? And is it possible that whistleblowers are fabricating parts or all of their testimony? The U.S. Air Force allegedly used disinformation against a UFO buff in the past to cover up a weapons program. Something similar could be happening today. However, no available evidence supports that theory. And so, while this possibility should not be ignored, for it to be true, it would require a complicated conspiracy with unclear motivations. As Senator Rubio noted last year, most of the UAP whistleblowers have held very high clearances and high positions within our government. So, you do ask yourself, what incentive would so many people with that kind of qualification, these are serious people, have to come forward and make something up? Rubio also said that individuals in high clearances and high positions within our government with first-hand knowledge of UAPs were fearful of harm coming to them. Grush and other UAP whistleblowers say the government retaliated against them and tried to stop them from going public. Last year, Senator Gillibrand said, "There's a lot of fear, and so I don't know if we'll ever get to the bottom of it. I don't know if we'll ever get the information about special access programs that are need to know, only that Congress has not been reading on. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it." The training and experience of many UAP witnesses and whistleblowers, including in the USIC and military, undermine facile dismissals of all these individuals as
Hey, we
cranks
got
and
someone
grifters.
on Rumble talking.
In 2021, John Ratcliffe, the director of national intelligence
Dracula,
under
how's it
former
going?
President Trump, said that UAP demonstrated
for saying hi.
technologies
We know
that
at
we
least
don't
it's
have
working
and,
there.
frankly, that we are not capable of defending against. And, Ratcliffe said, U.S. intelligence analysts had high confidence that foreign adversaries were not behind the famous Tic Tac UAP that 4 Navy pilots encountered over the water. Last October, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the DoD published their 2023 annual report on UAPs. It said that many reports from military witnesses do present potential safety of flight concerns, and there are some cases where reported UAP have potentially exhibited one or more concerning performance characteristics such as high-speed travel or unusual maneuverability. Finally, many videos and photographs cannot be easily dismissed, and people have reported similar UAPs before drones, aircraft, and CGI existed or were widespread. And now, existing and former U.S. government officials have told members of Congress that AARO and the Pentagon have broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of these individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. The person has written a report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP/NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. Furthermore, these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD Unacknowledged Special Access Program, or USAP. The source of the document told public that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military's family of long-standing, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem. Public is revealing its name here for the first time. Please subscribe now
Pat
to
me on my
support
back.
Public's award-winning investigative journalism and...
So it's called Immaculate Constellation. I don't think he actually mentioned it there, though. I think it must have been in the comment further down. But yeah. So we read out all that. It's quite long, actually, wasn't it? Please subscribe. No, there was a typo. Welcome to my world. I'm Mr. King of Typos. The same year, the current Director of National Intelligence said UAPs could constitute non-human intelligence. The term Immaculate Constellation is really searched for on Google almost never. Of course, searches for it skyrocketed today, but there was one other time it also displayed a large blip, June 2023, just as the modern UAP crash retrieval story broke with David Rush. So why would they be searching that up? A blip. I guess you can get the information somewhere on Google. I know that's how the search optimization experts, they got various tools that can look up keywords and how often they're searched, but I'm not sure how you get that page up anymore. I think it's probably changed. Of course, I think this can be wrong, right? If you don't put it in quotes. So it's actually trying to find either one of those keywords. That could be wrong information. Let's see if we can verify it, maybe. How to find how many times keywords, because Constellation would be a fairly common one, I would have thought. Keyword used. Use for Google search. Where do we find that information out? How to check keyword search on Google. You gotta use ABS. So you gotta do it through AdSense, is it? Okay. Is it public, or would you have to have an account for it? Yeah, it looks like a website. Looks like it might not be so clear cut. Open a new window. I suppose I'm going to screw up. I was hoping there was going to be a link you can click. And just type it in. No, it's not going to be that simple, I don't think. Keyword density. How about history? History. How'd you find that out? Anyone know? I should know it, but I haven't been doing websites for a long time. Or advertising on Google for a long time. It was a waste of time anyway. They were greedy. Some keywords were like $50 a search. Even some of the more popular ones were $5. Probably cool density though, isn't it? History of keywords used on Google. I suppose they know it all, but is it Google Trends? It's being used across the world. Now that's probably looking for topics to choose from. Probably. Check Edward's history. How many times has my name been Googled? You can't find out exactly how often your name has been Googled, but if you have a unique or very rare name, you can get a good idea. Yeah, but they haven't given us a link, have they? That's on a blog. Unless it's on there. How did we find that out? That's a good question. Is it Google Trends? Just in your name, Google Trends he's talking about. Get a rough idea. That looks very similar to what we saw on that X account. So he must be using Google Trends. Did he have Google Trends on it? Looks very similar color layout, but he's chopped off the logo. And then, unless we open it up, let's have a look. Yeah, he's hidden how he got it. Google Trends, it must be. So yeah. Talks about pricing here, which ain't a really good one. Is it free? Alerts. Okay, let's try our own search. Google Trends. Let's go there. So, what New Zealand is searching for? Okay. Why does it keep putting stuff there? Try my name. It's going to be a few poor skinners in the world, I'd say. So it looks very similar to what he would have typed in, right? Looks like it overrid what I was typing. So maybe you can't do it unless you log in or something. Now that sucks. Train now. Web search. Let's try typing it in again. It looks like it might be working now, is it? Oh, someone was looking for me. Back in... That must have been security. 100 times someone was searching me. How do we find out what date it is? Can't read on that little tiny screen. No, let's go on that side. October. I can't quite read it. But yeah, it's on the wrong side. You stupid system. October 2024. Coming up to... So someone was doing a search on me on October the 12th. There you go. I'd probably say it'd probably be me. There can't be too many Paul Skinners with a public interface out there. But no one was interested the whole other time, which is probably why Google suppressed me. And what's that go back to here? The start of the year. So, how do you do the timeline? Past day. New Zealand. So let's change it to worldwide. How does that change it? Still the same, is it? Yep. That's interesting, isn't it? Per day, categories, web search. Alright, past one all time. I suppose that might not give it to us. 2004 when they started collecting information. Anyway, let's see what happens on that one. That's looking a wee bit more interesting. So, the first big one was 100, 2004. I'm pretty sure the other one said 2024, didn't it? There's none here. It looks like 2024, so I'm a wee bit confused. Although we can't see the date. It's a bit hard to read it. What's that say? 23? August 2024, October. So someone's doing a check-up on me, probably. Are we misreading it here? What's the scale on this one? 50 and 100. So that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm pretty sure we go back past 30 days. That's different again. But there's the 100. Is that October? September to October. How come we don't see 100 there then? On the other big graph. Seems a bit buggy, doesn't it? Anyway, so I joined YouTube in 2016. And it seems it's got less searches. But But yeah, that's probably not to me. I probably have to type the out there channel. Let's see if they out there channel, because we know they suppress me. So who would be searching for it? And of course that would have started in 2016, which is quite interesting. It has before. That means there must have been an out there channel. I think there was. I think some guy started up a comedy website called the Out There Channel in 2008. So that would be his one. Suddenly it goes up here. What date is that? I just can't. I just won't give it 213, 14. And you can see his channel died away. There was it. And then I come along. I was thinking that no one's using that name. Can't quite read that. Is that 13? Died off there, picked up again. 214. Where's 216? About here. And all this would be more interested in my channel as it's grown. Again, it's only not even over 100 searches. Is that a day? It should be way up there. But let's see. Let's pick a more popular channel. Let's try Secure Team, right? We'll say 10. Now that's kind of interesting because he wasn't around then. When did he start? He started about 2008. So what is that there? He started showing up in 2008. And he didn't do his YouTube channel till 2011. There we go. And that's where he started getting recognised. And you can see this is when he got into the newspapers. Which would have been about then. 2017, 18. And looks like it's tapered off quite a bit. Let's try someone else. What's another good one? Jimmy Dore, he's been around for ages on his political channel. Well, his is comedy, political comedy. But he's been around for a while. Okay. You're gonna have lots of fun with this tour, by the looks of it. Yeah, he's been around for a while, 2004, 2011, and he would have picked up once Trump got into power, 2016. There you go. 2016. But still pretty low down. Less than 25 searches for his show. Doesn't sound right, does it? Does I mean 25,000 maybe, or 2,500? What does it say there? Note. What's that mean? Where they had a technical outage, is it? Yeah, I hate these little pop-ups. It says there, but I can't read it. Yeah, I can't get it. I can't read it. It's too small. Maybe I can read it on my string backwards later. Alright, breaks it down. Who's searching it from what country? Looks like he's popular in America, Alaska, Canada. A wee bit in UK. What's that there? I can't read it. It's gone to the wrong side. What's that? Germany there? Asia, Australia. Anyway, we're looking at, got sidetracked there, haven't we? So yeah, do you have to put it in quotes is the question. Or does it matter about spaces? How clever is it, you know? I'll put it in quotes, see if it comes up different to his. What was it called? Constellation. There we go. So it's something else we've learnt today, isn't it? How to do this. Forever learning. Okay, we got it in quotes. It doesn't make any difference. (2004) September 2005. He said it was in June, but it looks like he might be wrong. What year did he say it was on his? June 2003. So there you go. See that? So he doesn't know how to use the tool either. So whether it's got spaces in it, whether it's got no spaces in it, whether it's got quotes around it. This is why I do checks, fact checking. So it looks like those two words together were definitely in 2004. Who would search on that keyword though, you know? So maybe there is some truth in it, right? And what have we got here? We got a little blimp, but not sure if I can get to it. So that tells me that his keywords were on either of those words, not rather than. So I reckon these blips are to do with Constellation, not the two words together. So his findings are wrong here. I think it means either of those keywords, rather than both of them. But I could be wrong. But you can see here, the hover thing does put it in quotes here, telling it's the two words together. I haven't spelled it wrong, have I? Or anything stupid. Immaculate. And of course he's got lowercase there too. And I put capitals in, so Immaculate, I think I spelled it right. Let's put lowercase in, see if it changes it. But if it's the name of a program, it should be capitalized, shouldn't it? So It should exclude either way. And it looks like it excludes the case sensitivity. So 2005 is when it first showed up on the radar with almost 20 searches by the looks of it. And there, which is nothing, like one search. And that was in 2019. Right? That would have to be 2018. December. And nothing. Nothing ever since. How do we scroll? Can we scroll along? Scroll. No. Damn it. I suppose we could change the thing here to various years or custom time. Say 5 years. Let's see if that gives it different. That should give 2024. So that'll be when he first published it here at the end here somewhere. Is it? I see it only goes up to 100, so whatever that 100 means, it might not be 100 searches then. All of them go up to 100. Let's see, what's it say? A value of 50 means that the term is half as popular. A score of 0 means there is not enough data. Value of 100 is the peak of popularity. So it's not the number of searches. Popularity, now you have to figure out what popularity means. So getting 20 out of 100 is pretty good then on 2005. So who was doing the searches, I wonder? Okay, that makes more sense. So it's not 100 searches. But yeah, where's the peaks? There's one here. Showed up in May. No, 2000. April 2020. Is that when David Grush was on the scene? Let's see. Has it been that long ago already? It's got 23 here on his search, you see, without the quotes. So it's included Constellation and the two keywords separate. It's saying in a sentence either of those two words shown. Rather than a program name. So I think his way of doing it is wrong. Mine's more accurate. So yeah, David Grush, when did he show up? 2017 is when they first started doing all the hearing stuff, right? And all the video leaks. 2020. Here we are doing live debunks and live research. Did he have an E in it? Oh, whoosh. First showed. Probably should use the AI thing just for the questions. Simplify it, wouldn't it? 23 it says there. Now it's got to be longer than that, isn't it? Although I think Stephen Cambion said it's been 400 and something days with no evidence from David Grush. So yeah, it would be 23, wouldn't it? So what happened in 2020 for that search to happen for that name? UFO hearings, dates, '22. What happened in 2020 was what we want to know. And 2005. They're the two dates in question for it. I probably should reply to him and say your information is wrong, you should have quoted it. Maybe I shouldn't help him. But it does change things, as you see. Yeah, so it can't be the hearings. Arrow, maybe? Arrow setup. Announced. '23 listed here, 22, 24. So road, I know service. So that was in 23 as well, was it? Surely not. Okay, they set up a website for it. What date was that? I should be following it too, sure. 22. Still not found the key reference to 2020, have we? What happened in 2020? And 2005 and ufology. What's key? What happened in 2005? There was a big search then. UK. Needs some UFO historian who probably will know those two key dates. What were the major things that happened? Because I think I'm onto something here. So we should actually tell him this is not purely correct. The search is wrong. It is searching on either word in a paragraph. And need to quote the whole department name or whatever. Name. Trying to do touch type. Name. Right, still good. No. Let's see the eyesight. No. Then you see a big search in 2005 and a small search on 2020. So what in ufology happened on those dates? I bet he doesn't listen to me though. What have we got here? Still no quotes. No, so he's got the information wrong there. And just like that, Google changed the results of the search, removing all history of any searches for this term in 2023. Yet we can find it in 2025 and we can find it in 2020. So I think he's wrong. Unnamed President report, name Congress and the leader. Yeah, because he hasn't quoted it. June 2020, people will acknowledge it. Yeah, so, you know, if your facts are wrong, your conclusion's going to be wrong, right? Anyway, looks like Paul's busted him out a wee bit there. But yeah, still, it's quite interesting that those two words should even show up in a search. Especially that sort of volume, 20% popularity. So what does that mean? Like 2,000 searches? I'm not sure. We have to work out what popularity means, and maybe we can tell it how many searches it is from that. I don't know. Reflections. It's funny, it's just after the Nimitz encounter though, isn't it? That name should pop up. So there might be some connections there actually. Very interesting. But what's 2020? What happened in 2020? So that could be related to the Nimitz encounter. And maybe they found it leaked. It was leaked out, right? It's 2004. It got leaked out, and then maybe they were searching the internet to see if the department name had been revealed. So there could be some truth in this. After me digging into it a wee bit here. Where there's smoke, there's fire. 2020. What happens in 2020? Aha! Pentagon officially releases UFO videos. Could that be what's someone's doing a search there? To make sure none of those videos link back to the department name to reveal it. Because I want to keep it top secret still. Yep. Don't hold your breath. That's the only thing that's sort of popped up in the searches. It should be like something popular. 24. Former Israeli space security chief says extraterrestrials are what? Oh, the Galactic Federation. Oh, that's the guy that was 80 years old and had mental problems, wasn't it? We talked about that last time, I think. Me and Robert have talked about it on past live shows as well. So, it looks like the release of the videos was the main topic there. Well, there you go. Is it time to take UFOs seriously? 2020. Very good. Chilean 2020. High speed UFO caught on camera and Google. Didn't say it was 2020 though. Oh, here we go. 2020. Trump says he's heard very interesting things. And maybe that could be part of it too. Maybe people are doing a search just to see what he may have heard. Because if they weren't feeding him the information from inside, he might think that some of his people that he talks to, like Elon, may have found some interesting things online which shouldn't be there. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Anyway, I didn't expect to do all that, but this is a problem with my show, because I don't get time to research it without falling asleep. I'm starting to feel really tired now. It's getting to that stage where I need my nap. But yeah, we've still got a bit to do, haven't we? It's coming up to 3 hours, so there you go. I've been awake for 3 hours and I really am feeling tired. Anyway, I posted the clip to him. I went to... oh yeah, I got some other things that follow it. I'll post that one first. See how you go with it. So yeah, it could be a deception thing, right? There could be some truth in it. Immaculate deception. It could be a lot of truth in it. But looks like it's being covered up very good. Because the next article that I show you shows that everybody's denying it exists. But yeah, I don't know anymore. After doing that little bit of research, there seems there might be something in it. You always got to keep to the middle ground on this stuff, right? As you get caught out. I'll call it deception because I reckon it's a better name for it rather than Constellation. I think there's a UFO movie called that too, isn't it? Is it one with Dolan in it? Let's just do a search on that. Which kind of makes me wonder why they would use the word immaculate. Like it's the perfect deception. I already spelled it right there, but anyway, we'll see how we go. Videos. I don't know, it looks like it might be a music video. Black Sabbath. What did you know, Aussie? What do you know about it? I know, it was a cool bow thing. It was a movie, a UFO movie. And someone's got a podcast named after it too. And Aussie's using it as well for a name of a song. Not John Lear. Is that the movie that never became a movie? Right, never actually made it to air. Because John Lear wouldn't sign off on it after he kicked him out of his house. Because he was sleeping on his couch for 5 years. And he was stealing his drugs, you know, painkillers and stuff. The Godfather. Yeah, that never come to air, did it? I don't think it did. It did all work and he didn't get permission to release it in the end. I would have been interested to see behind the scenes of John Lear though. I don't think it ever made it to air. I could be wrong. Documentary. Doesn't say when it was aired. Osborne's Ghost Hunters. Official sites. I didn't get any dates on it or anything like that. Does anyone know out there? Anyone know more than I do on that? I thought I had heard of it before, but I don't think it was Cool Bell's one. See, it would be like a movie you could order on Apple, and the next thing is the podcast, which is not the same thing. Although the name is Jenny, not Jeremy. Movie release date. Never. Mind you, if he's died, can he release it still? If he's died, you don't need to have permission of people to release it after that point. I could be wrong. Or do you still need the family to sign off on it? Or maybe he got some sort of legal paper signed saying can never release the video even after I died, and then you're screwed, I suppose. Short 2023. Sounds like another movie with the same title coming out. 25. 23. No, I don't think it's been released. Apart from the trailer. No. Anyway, if you find out otherwise, let me know. And we'll correct it next live stream. Anyway, moving on. So, Green Streak has put out this statement on this. New statements from the Pentagon and Sean Kirkpatrick regarding the supposed Immaculate Constellation UFO program claim to exist in a new report by what's his name? Schellenberger. Pentagon, the Department of Defense, has no records, present or historical, of any type of SAP called Immaculate Constellation. Of course, who can verify that is the guy called the Black Vault, John. He'll probably do that and say, yep, I can't get any records. Sean Kirkpatrick, there's no such thing. I had access to all of the unacknowledged SAPs and reviewed them with a SAPCO director. So who do you believe? So why would someone be doing a Google search on it? Unless they're going to use the name in a movie, maybe. And they're seeing if that term come up in 2005. Some lawyer searching to make sure they can create that name as a trademark. Very interesting. But anyway, of course, people ain't going to believe that, are they? The government denies having an illegal SAP. Case closed. Some group of the true believers claiming the opposite. Case closed. Same guy. I don't recall ever meeting Fugel. Maybe he's confusing the two meetings. It was a Nothing Burger meeting, that's why I forgot about it. Patrick never denied being at the meeting. So he might have been at the meeting, but he doesn't remember meeting Fugel. Okay, I can see what he's saying. Well, if Sean said it and you endorsed it, you got to be true. Jerry Rice is a UFO disinformation plant. Corbell is a UFO disinformation plant whose job is to distract and derail the public interest. If you want 200 pages of classified UAP related programs that the DoD will acknowledge, see my research. So that's from Alien Scientist. Compare Jeremy Corbell's 6 pages of obfuscation and confusion with my 200 pages of UAP intelligence summary prepared for the Senate Select Committee. Google Documents. So yeah, maybe you might be interested in looking into that. I'll post a link to it. Yeah, I haven't got time to go through all the replies to that, but there might be something interesting there. And the time keeps on clocking. We might be able to do one third phase thing. I'll just say Sean for that one. So we're going to read that one later. Okay, so on to the next bit. What's this one? McWest and disclosure. You ain't though. Ain't what? Ain't what? Looks like it's been blocked. Is it? Yeah, McWest's post, so we have to unblock it because he's being a prick to make it hard, and post it into another browser and see how it started off. Paste and go. Here we go. Yeah, lots of stuff coming up now. Okay, so he's talking about this Michael Schellenberger's UFO video. Is that it? Is it? That looks like 18 Wells' one. I don't know. Looks like a Chinese lantern, doesn't it? Kind of look like a Chinese lantern seen from below where it's burning, and the rest of it is outside of the container. But anyway, what's he saying here? is very obviously just a Chinese. Okay, there you go. McWest agrees. Chinese lantern. No, that's not the only thing in this episode, but it does perhaps indicate a little eagerness to believe. Okay, so this is the guy that's bringing us Immaculate stuff. As a resident debunker, and I generally do not mean that does ritually, what's he saying? Do ritually. Curious if you might respond to this part of the interview. Is it worth playing it? 18 seconds.
Congress needs to do more. We need to have those protections for whistleblowers. They need to pass this disclosure legislation. And anybody who, in my view, anybody that's like a debunker or a skeptic or whatever who says that we shouldn't pass
I can't even hear that.
disclosure the government knows, for me, that person is acting in bad faith. Because if you're really sure that there's nothing there, then you should be first in line to demand disclosure.
Do you think there's a...
I'm in favor of things being declassified and released in a more expended way, but I will say isn't going to affect legalization. You aren't, though. That's exactly what the UAPDA unable to read this post. So Mr. Finn is a praiser of McWest here, is it? So Fravor may have actually seen what he describes, but a perfect storm of misidentifications seems more likely. And why are those ones in? So now it's blocked this account. My second account's been blocked. Probably because they got deleted, is it? I don't know. Probably have to be premium to read them, probably. I've done a ton of debunking over the years and have been attacked in the same way. I see Mick getting attacked regularly. You mean, how about me? So I may have some insight here. Many people debunk UFO stuff because there's a ton of UFO stuff just asking to be debunked. It can be an interesting challenge, helping people work out that the photo of lens flare is actually not a visiting spacecraft, blah 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 blah. Once you get good at identifying certain mundane causes of misidentifications, you notice that not many people have developed the skill. Correct. There's only a few of us that can do it pretty good. The same applies to critical thinking, a skill that needs to be developed, and ufology has a history of shooting itself in the foot, because many, not all, ufologists tend to never get good at spotting misidentifications and hoaxes, so they repeat the same mistakes decade after decade. I'm not too sure which ones he's talking about there. But I think most people learn the mistakes and never repeat them. If we look at it statistically in the vast variety of cases that McWest has addressed, he ended up being correct. It wasn't an alien spaceship at 29 bars, it was flares. I debunked that also in 5 minutes, I recall. And before McWest did any analysis on it, I had done analysis and said, there you go. It's flares because of this and this and this, because they weren't lined up and all that sort of stuff. And fleet of orbs traveling in a racetrack. It was Starlink. It was a fleet of orbs above the clouds. It was spotlights. Oh, he's talking about that Christmas one, where they had it on the roof and it was shining up the light up to the clouds. Remember, Ben Hansen got that one wrong, didn't he? Quite rightly, he breeds confidence and seems to tell consistent story. That sounds like a McWest kiss the ass. Right. Although he did carefully word it, right, so it didn't appear to be like an insult. Let's see. What did he say? I've done debunking, getting attacked regularly. Many people debunk UFO stuff because he did say somewhere, didn't he? About McWest. Where is it? Here, this part here, that McWest has addressed. If we look at the statistically, in the vast majority, not all, right? He hasn't said all, so he's worded it really carefully here. That McWest has addressed. He ended up being correct. He doesn't agree with the Tic Tac analysis he's done, though. Anyway. So that was about McWest, that one. That's why I posted it, I guess. And this one here, what's this one? 10 shocking stories the media burned today. Alright, this is talking about weather manipulation. Yeah, so, you know, people attack me about saying that man can't control climate, only pollution, because they're saying that the hurricanes down in Florida were clearly climate change, related to directly to climate change. So I say bollocks. Because there's not enough data to prove that still. What you can say, though, is we know for sure they're doing weather modification through cloud seeding. And they do it all the time. Australia, Saudi, the west coast of America do it. California, we found out. And if you take out water out the air sooner, it's surely going to affect the weather patterns in other regions, right? And if it went terribly wrong, where the seeding didn't actually seed where you wanted the rain to fall, and actually got blown out over another state, and then it started pouring down there and causing mudslides, then that's a man-made disaster because it's been trying to modify the rain patterns. So why couldn't it easily be these big storms that have been cloud seeding that's gone wrong, or it's altered the temperature of the sea and air over the sea because Saudi Arabia is trying to seed clouds or whatever, you know, Africa or whatever. I think there's just too much going on, too much data to be able to say, yeah, 100% that's man-made climate change due to CO2, when in fact it is going to be the cloud seeding they're doing. So yeah, and it's a thing called a butterfly effect, where a butterfly flaps its wings in South America, say, creates a tornado in Texas. Yeah, so there is a connection, where you take energy from one side and then it alters it on the other side of the coin. But yeah, so this guy here is backing up weather modification. Yes, scientists do control the weather. Over 50 countries, including US, are using cloud seeding and geoengineering to change the weather. So geoengineering, I suppose, means changing the path of waterways, creating canals, making concrete rivers, as they say, dams, of course. So everything's going to impact the climate. That's why climate always changes. You can surely say that. But how much is it man-made? We don't know. And how much is it man-made from CO2? We don't know. And as we found out last time, that only 0.04% of the world's atmosphere is CO2. Doesn't sound very much at all, does it? So how many tons is that going up extra? Why is that percentage not like 10% or 20%? You know what I mean? Seems a very low percentage to be blaming CO2 alone. But I think we're on the right track here about changing the energy patterns with these two things here. This has been proven by numerous scientific studies, historical military operations, and active government programs. And for example, the US Department of Defense Operation Popeye during the Vietnam War successfully used cloud seeding to extend the monsoon seasons, while China's massive weather modification efforts have been publicly documented with plans to control half the country's weather by 2025. So I'm not too sure what China's been up to, but I know they wanted to build like a dome over a city. That way you could suck out all the pollution, filter it, I suppose. You could suffocate everybody as well. You could control the rain by making artificial clouds. Yeah, you could basically control the weather that way, couldn't you? Same as you could do in a space station. Additionally, US federal agency, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, acknowledged the use of cloud seeding to increase precipitation. Robert F. Kennedy has also warned the World Economic Forum and Bill Gates have hijacked geoengineering, with Gates funding these projects around the world. They aggravate the problem, then sell us the solution. Yeah, it only costs you so much more tax money. Kennedy said, and the solution is they want is more social controls. So, as I said last time, a lot of meat processor, freezing works, have lost their job because farmers are not producing the meat anymore in New Zealand. So New Zealand should be showing a warning sign to the rest of the world what's going to happen. Because New Zealand's been finger pointed at for cow farting, of all things. because animals eat grass and reduce CO2 and methane and all the other stuff. But yeah, you do like eating the meat. Geoengineering is a threat that is environmentally community needs to know about. And they got a little interview with Robert there, Kennedy. I might just post the link to that. So now they got the 2 hurricanes, is it? So it's funny how you get these climate agenda type people saying, oh right, on the news we got this cyclone, it's category 5, it has to have been made by man-made climate disaster from too much CO2. And when it comes up a day before it's going to hit land, oh no, we're downgraded to a category 3. So they can't even get that fact right. The category 5, 3, there's a big difference in wind speeds, right? One is survivable, and the other one is the house is going to be blown off its what do you call it, poles or stilts or whatever. So anyone telling me that we got enough data to predict the climate, just nut jobs and been brainwashed by the government, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, no doubt Google will put a Wikipedia link on my show today because we covered some conspiracies there. And they follow the government line. So we're just... Well, I always go down with the tag, question everything. Because there's going to be PDHDs on each side of the coin, right? Climate and modern. And a lot of young people have been caught up in this, right? All the young kids are pushing it because they've been fear-mongered to think that the world's coming to an end. All their parents will die and they'll be left with this world of crazy tornadoes and all that sort of stuff. But when you think about it, weather modification to stop tornadoes and cyclones isn't such a bad idea. If they had like stations around each of the coasts where they get these tornadoes or cyclones building up, right? And they had like plasma lasers that could fire up into the storm clouds so it loses the energy. That category 5 could be set down to category 1, and it just before it hit the land mass, it would lose all its energy and just be rain or whatever, you know. Or you could even push it further away. You could fire the lasers in such a way around the Gulf of Mexico there, so it just hangs the clouds over the sea, and all the rain goes into the sea instead of causing mass flooded elsewhere. But then again, you're still with for modification, and it can go wrong. All that rain that you now got pouring into the sea, it's going to change the temperature of the sea. And so on, and all that has an ongoing effect, right? Or you don't get it over crops in Texas or whatever. Anyway, don't want to get too deep into that. I know there's a lot of crazy people out there who are not able to stand in the middle and actually look at it in common sense, right? It's like voting politics. You've got to either vote for the same team each year. Not me. I normally look for the most credible, honest person in the political field, regardless of what party they are on. And if you like them to implement their countermeasures to the main parties, then you go and vote for them. Or they might be actually in a main party, or one of the popular parties. That's generally what I do in New Zealand anyway. Because I know the left and right are full of lying scumbags, no matter what country you're in. Although I don't think Trump is as bad as some of my MPs here in New Zealand. He might not be perfect, but he's still the better option for USA, as far as I'm concerned, and the rest of the world. I think he could get peace going again. But we have to see. I think it may have gone too far in one direction now for even Trump to be able to solve it. But it wouldn't have started in the first place, because Trump would have come up with some clever scenario where it doesn't benefit them to have war going on. Yeah, so we got Professor Safati. How are we going for time? Have we even got people watching still? Am I wasting my time here, folks? Sarah on YouTube, 4 on Rumble. We only got 7. Maybe I'll leave Jack for another time. But he's talking about seeing a 4K image of Amy Gray. I might just leave him for next time. And I'll add my extra thoughts to it. Thirdphase, so we can do maybe one of those. How many hours? I forgot to check, or did I? What have we got coming up? 3.5. Feels a lot longer. We can do half an hour, I suppose, and wrap up for the day. So let's just do a reload there. Okay, so that's the latest. So we'll work backwards, I suppose. They often repeat things, don't they? Let's have a look.
Third phase.
Phase of the poo. Yeah, straight away music. Yes, it makes it really credible music. Looks like a bit of fake wobbling going on.
Something
This looks like CGI straight away.
emerges from a crater off the lunar surface, and it's not of this.
He made a little sniggle laugh then. He knows it's CGI. We're looking at this here, aren't we?
World. Apparently, we're looking at something.
Yeah, it's gonna be CGI, isn't it? Looks so fake with the wobble before. And there should be a lot more atmospherics going on than this.
Quite incredible. It's casting a shadow.
It's casting a shadow. Not there, it's
on
not.
this massive crater, and it traverses across.
No. And how did he manage to film that so accurately with a telescope? You know how you zoom in and stuff. There's no way you could track it that fast with a telescope. No way. Okay, can we see a shadow?
Surface, and it's not of this.
Okay, he's laughing. So this is another Brent thing, is it? Just saying they got it from someone.
World. Apparently, we're looking at something quite incredible. It's cast.
So it's casting this thing here, a line. Bullshit. The angle's wrong. The line's going this way, but we can see the shadows. If you look at this one here, I think all the shadows are wrong, actually. I think it's wrong in there. But on this one here, on the outside, it looks like they're going this way. Same as that there. But in the crater, it looks like it's wrong. Because that little speck of light wouldn't be there. Because it's going this way, right? It's going that way. Even the angle's wrong there, though.
a shadow on this massive crater, and it
Looks like something from a sci-fi movie.
traverses across at a high rate of speed and disappeared. We're looking at it once again.
If you do a P1000 on a tripod, there's no way you better check it like
It
that.
only lasts for approximately 30 seconds, but we're looking at
See, that's too close up. You can't get that quality on a P1000. And you have to use a telescope. And you're not going to get that kind of quality. That close.
it, and we're going to get some.
I don't know if we can prove it. Telescope. Let's see what the best image. Best image on moon. See what comes up. So you got some on Reddit 2 years ago. Let's see what this one looks like. Okay, so you can't see right down into the craters, right? There's the little craters where the UFO come out of. And that's the best one he's got on telescope. So no. Who else we got? Someone's got a video doing it through a telescope. Again, might be something on that. Let's have a look.
Hello. So we're
Yep, false eyelashes. I really hate false eyelashes. Get rid of them. You don't need them on a female. Yeah, that is like the quality of most cameras. Okay, so we're not getting down to the little craters like on that video. And that's his best one. Which one's the best telescope though? Now you can see the blurriness there, right? Atmospherics. And what's he got at the end? The bigger telescope. Okay, that one looks a wee bit sharper. You can see down to that size of the moon crater with the UFO coming out. Still not quite that quality. If you know what I mean. So yeah, both of those are quite good. That one looks like it's more focused, but there is some blurriness happening. So we'd expect to see on that video some blurriness. And we're not getting it right. It looks almost like we're down another level into that crater. And you can't get it on that level crater.
A really good close-ups of this thing. Again, last night we shared with you a similar video that looks...
So he's going right to the edge of the moon.
very close to what we're looking at tonight.
Let's see, it suddenly got into sharper detail there when it was blurry going back. Let's see. You see how blurry it is as he's zooming into it, right? Blurry, blurry, blurry. Blurry, blurry. Still a bit blurry. Still a wee bit blurry. Right?
Are we looking at something?
And then he zooms into another level where we expect the same blurriness to be there. Suddenly it gets sharper. See that there? It suddenly gets sharp there. We still should be seeing the wavy pattern.
Made by a person putting
And why is it shaking, right? If it's on tripod.
it out on the internet, and we're looking at another rendered edition from.
So that angle looks wrong to me. Let's go in this direction. It doesn't match up with this angle of this rock sticking up here. It's totally wrong. And I'd expect the shadow of that also to be the white speck would have been this side. Just like on the edges of these inner crater walls. We'd expect this one to be more illuminated and this to be in the dark. So it's backwards.
This person who's putting this stuff out and claiming it to be real. Brett, what's your thoughts?
How dare you, Brett, keep doing this CGI crap. Claiming to be from Mexico.
Here.
Yeah, Blake, that's what we're going to speculate tonight. I'm believing this is coming from the same artist. He's really good at what he does. And as
Same artist.
I mentioned last night, we're going to share this video, and he does the same technique. You could hear the motor of the engine as it's
motor of the engine.
Zooming in. We had to cut out the audio because
You had to cut it out because it would have given too many clues away.
there was some background music in there that would have gave us a claim, so we had to go and silence this one, unfortunately. But if you go to last night's video, you're going to hear this.
Although now you can use AI to get rid of the music and leave the voice and the other sounds. You need to step up your game there, Blake Cousins. You're meant to be the best UFO filmer according to Goof-on.
It's exact duplicate zoom, and I'm again, it's kind of a telltale sign that this is an obvious hoax, but it looks really.
So they're being honest, which is very strange. Why were they being honest?
More videos just in. Take a look at this.
Well, there you go. It just proves my talents, guys. The first time seeing it, I knew it was hoax as soon as I saw it, and they just backed me up. Okay. Fire, fog, dust storm. What are we looking at here? Okay, streak in the sky, could be anything. Meteorites, missile. SpaceX coming down. I suppose we've got no date and time and location, like the basics, you know.
Right, let's look at this once again, and I call this 100% legitimate footage. We're looking at
yeah, could be
some kind of cigar-shaped craft. At one time,
no, it looks like a contrail or something, not a craft.
one moment in the video, it's illuminating.
In fact, it could be a plane with a short contrail of a plane coming down the international airport there.
And then moments later, it turns
because they're aiming the camera up, and it's giving the effect that it's coming down vertically
to a black cylindrical object.
And it's actually horizontal, so it could be just a commercial jet.
And this is quite interesting stuff that we're looking at. You can see that the people are really having a hard time trying to capture it. Again, capturing UFOs while driving at the same time. It's a bit tricky.
So it's gotten dark now, the contrail. So it's not being illuminated by the sun now.
But I still say they did a
bad job of it.
A really good job of managing to capture.
Instead of just stopping and getting out and filming.
The phenomenon here, Brent.
Yeah, whatever it is, it caught these guys' eyes, and they're definitely experiencing
bullshit.
seeing a UFO a phenomenon right there. It's up there in
Oh,
the
experiencing.
sky, probably about maybe
Yeah, it looks like a plane.
100, 150 feet up.
This is a plane contra. This is garbage. Okay, let's move on. Yes, we'll be here all day. Solo, not Han Solo. Okay, let's go back a bit. So that looks like Spanish, is it? So that'll be South America we got this time. At least we got location.
As I want to get your opinions right now on this live third phase of Moon.
And you still got music in the background, you Turk.
Moon premiere
Turkey.
going on right now. It really helps the algorithm.
So I can't get it where I wanted to get to, see? You can see the scroll thing's not really accurate.
Bright light, and then it turns.
The music's crappy as well. Some crappy church organ.
Crazy. Again, more videos into third phase. Watch this.
Okay, it looks like it could be filmed through a car window. Looks pretty crappy, doesn't it? Looks like it might be... sound like UK.
It's got like a laser on me.
That's UK with some Spanish writing. So it's got to be in UK.
That's the maddest shit I've ever seen.
I think it's a laser beam. I think I just placed it.
And it's a crappy smartphone. Not good on low lights. And we got a street lamp in the way there. And we got a circular pattern being made in the sky here, which happens when you get a transformer explosion.
I'm gonna leave your eyes, alright? Seen.
One of those ones on the power poles, like.
Nice, alright. I'm trying to get that.
But it could be a lens reflection from that street lamp there. It could be a circular one.
All right, a family experiencing something that they
So we're going to see where the lens
can't
flares are.
explain. Look at this. A cylindrical, bright, illuminated green object coming just behind the rooftops in the neighborhood.
Some green object.
And they're managing to capture again something that we can't.
It looks like a circular thing to me. Possibly a drone display, isn't it? In that case, or still could be individual lights on one of those high mast lights that create this lens flare pattern of circular.
Elaine, what are we looking at? Some propped up drone, or are we looking at something otherworldly? Because right now it
still could be that light sort of thing.
It's really exciting what's going on in our skies.
Well, it could be one that's off the camera edge here.
That's why we're doing so many episodes lately. Just the material's off the hook here.
Yeah, just the way we like.
They like having the material off the hook.
Again, if everybody's enjoying this episode, smash that
smash your face and
thumbs up. But my opinion.
See how it seems to drop there very quickly, like it's a lens flare. I'm just trying to find some clues here. It's really bad video,
because
actually.
Right now it's really exciting what's going on in our skies. That's why we're doing so many episodes lately.
Yeah, it went up and down there. Let me just do a frame by frame on it. So it suddenly gain height, because that would be a lens flare then. Is it because he's zoomed in? Okay. Zooming in and moving at the same time. So we got a rough thing. The top of the roof line seems to be constant, so I don't think it's lens flare. I've got a load of bugs. Oh no, there's lens flare. From this light here. You can see little slight movements of the hand. It creates a look like a little bug goes across the screen, but that's lens flare there. And lens flare again. And then that light source comes up behind the light. Yeah, it could be like a drone display, couldn't it? We haven't even got the right location. Looks like they're taking it from some other source from South America, because it's got Spanish writing over the top. And we don't know what year it is. Could go back 10 years because they recycle stuff. And they claim they're getting it in the inbox all the time, which is garbage. They're not. That's just a lie.
It could be a spaceship, and that's exactly.
It could be a spaceship.
Right, we're seeing this dislike.
And that's what we get.
A saucer with
they
green
go back
lights
to the beginning
just
again.
Traversing over the rooftops of this neighborhood.
That's garbage. It really is. And we got no year number. We got nothing to go on. That's just nonsense. It could even be that solar plane thing that was coming down one night. Had a load of lights along the wing tips, and it sort of curved around like a boomerang. Could it be that? You know, it looks like a ring,
The guy
but
says
maybe it's not.
It's a laser. I'm not sure what he meant by that. Maybe somebody in the neighborhood was pointing a laser at this thing. Who knows?
Yeah.
But again,
looks like it's a ring to me.
and mysterious footage. I would like it to be longer, but
That's all we got.
Example of the.
It still could be that solar plane that happened in 2005 or whatever it was. Moving on.
That door cam, but apparently these photos are.
Oh my god. So this kind of reminds me like the one we looked at earlier where they had like an action man on a piece of fishing wire going across the door cam. Is this some sort of action man? Looks like it could be a helmet there. And it looks like it could be a breast plate thing here with a couple of LEDs on it. But it also could be a head of a robot here. That's his eyes. And that's something on the top of it. Looks like arms and legs. Kind of looks like it could be some sort of character balloon. Character helium balloon. Or some sort of character on TV. What? I don't know. Someone's probably seen it before. Anybody out there in chat's been saying stuff down the side? Saying it's this, I know this. No one. That's alright. No one's out there helping us. YouTube is dead for some reason. YouTube is dying, I tell you. Let's keep on watching.
Are captured at the infamous Area 51. We were there just about 10-11 months ago, and we put up an episode with regards to the mysterious base. Are we looking at some kind of...
Yeah, we got another angle of it here. And again, it kind of looks like a character balloon. Or some character figurine, doesn't it? So what we saw as the helmet last one was this one here. It looks like it's wider on the side. And what we thought looked like another head It could be a faceplate after all, with 2 LEDs. Again, it could be the same as last time, something on a fishing wire. Some sort of toy that's being passed over the door cam. Okay.
Test prototype of the new jetpack man, or I know we've been seeing it.
And next side view there
in the skies over Los Angeles. People
have we got them both on the screen at the same time?
Are seeing it next to LAX, next to major airports, and
not really.
It's at 30,000 feet sometimes. So is this something that is being, you know?
There's a straight on view. Some toy on a bit of string. Is that meant to be Area 51? So it looks like it's been like superimposed, doesn't it? Someone's taken a video of their visit to Area 51 and posed floating toy video over top of it. Well, that's quite easy to do now with video editing.
Coming in from the base itself, and we're looking at it right there at the front gate.
What garbage, man, what garbage. Something that big, you expect it to cast a shadow too, wouldn't you? So it's force perspective. Something little tiny on another video. Let's see it go behind the sign. That would prove it's there. Then. How about, we got no image of that. So in the same location. Of course, they stopped filming it, and it flies away. And why haven't they got it on video mode? And why would there be a door cam filming Area 51 entrance? So it can't be a door cam, it's got to be from a smartphone. So why aren't they filming it in video?
11 months ago. Take a look, it's something.
Yeah, so there's a person standing down there, isn't it? That looks like a person there. And that's out of focus. Is it a person or is it like a door entrance there? Something there anyway, but it's definitely more out of focus than that. So it doesn't belong in that video. It's been faked. And what have we got here?
So in last night's episode that we
so yeah, so they're repeating stuff from previous night, like I said they would. It kind of looks like it could be a bunch of balloons.
Put up on Friday, we were wanting to showcase this extremely fast mover.
And there's break in the clouds, so it's going to be illuminated and it's going to go various shades of colors.
This UFO, and we accidentally, we cropped it out.
Where is it?
We blew up the image so much we didn't get to see the UFO, but here it is in its full glory. We wanted to.
So they messed up the editing to get it out quickly. They couldn't be bothered.
Make sure that you get to see this phenomenal video coming into Third Phase of Moon, and whatever it is. It's cutting through the clouds at an extreme rate of speed, and again, it has this plasmic field around it at
It almost looks like a lens flare.
one point, and then turns into.
And then we get another splice of something else coming back that way.
To this black shadow that looks to me like a solid craft moving very fast.
Could be anything. Looks like balloons though. 2 balloons.
Are we looking at something biological? Something not of this world? Or is this some kind of drone beyond anything that...
the sun is quite bright there, so if it's minor balloons, we'd expect it, if it's minor balloons, it's going to be exposed the same.
we could get commercially. Even the military, I don't think, has this kind of stuff unless it's
Yeah, it's really explosive. Yeah. Alright, now it goes dark. Just as it gets away from the cloud cover.
Above top secret stuff.
Yeah, this is a pretty wild.
That's it. Glow's really right here as it's passing the sun. So it's got to be mild balloons.
Footage. I'm glad we're seeing it now. We're getting a good glimpse of exactly what we're talking about. This kind of translucent object.
Yeah, it looks like it's slowly rotating, whatever it is. Whether it's heart-shaped balloon or whatever. So yeah, pretty boring.
Switch back the dial and said, "Oh no."
They're not even zooming in, enhancing it like I would do.
Captured in Napa
is
Valley.
it worth doing that though?
We wanted
That's
to
the question. So that looks like the two model balloons there. They're being really lit up there. Where they gone to? It's really bad edited still. Like, that's pretty bad. It looks like two balloons that sort of caught up in a vortex going from the bright side of the cloud, going back to the dark side of the cloud, and coming back around again. Because we've got no reference points. Let's see, yeah. Oh.
Showcase this broad.
And the cloud gets in the way, it goes dark, and then it zooms off this way. It looks like two balloons sort of bouncing off each other, doesn't it? Yeah, there's even more there. Then they're sort of separating a wee bit here. And bouncing back together. And then I just recycle it around and around and around.
Bob Lazar. Fine disc. Metallic. The
Yeah, I might have to leave it there, guys. I get a wee bit knackered now. What we got this one? Looks like that UFO plane again. Or a model. Is it spinning?
Something silent.
No, it's not the UFO plane.
She pulls over. She captures
I don't think so.
this. Take a look.
Yeah, it looks like it's swinging. It kind of looks like some sort of button or something like that. Or a bit of fishing wire. You can see it sort of wobbling a bit.
The Lord is.
Did I see some string then? See, it's on a suspicious angle there. Like it's coming from a line on a rod, right? And they can't keep it still, which is what they want it to do, because it makes it very hard to see the cable, and they're doing it overcast, so there's no sun bouncing off the fishing wire or Kevlar wire, which is kite string. I think I can see what looks like a line there. I don't know if it's my new eye or not. Let's see that. Let's put some filters on. There does seem to be something reflecting there, doesn't it? Something happening here? Is it just my eyes, or what? It looks like a straight line going down there. Let's keep playing
What
from
looks
there.
to be a metallic flying saucer.
Metallic flying saucer. It's not a wire, it has to be. So they got it on a piece of wire, and changing the camera angle. Alright, something happened there. Let's go from there. Seems the pixels are really bad. It'd be perfect to do fishing wire. What's going on there? It's just some strange graphic anomaly happening. See that there, the little clouds. Reflection? See how it's sort of cloud over it. Looks like two videos joined together. We got this little cloud and the UFO on one video, and we got this background cloud cover on another video. Well, that's very strange, isn't it? So yeah, let's have a look. See how it moves? Of the cloud, little cloud thing, it's only moving in one area. Have they videoed a model on a piece of string and then edited it and put it through editor and mucked around with it? Very strange movements. Now what happened there? So it looks like that's been mucking around with the lighting and the editing, post-editing. Why? Maybe to hide a wire, like something like that. See that there? I'm trying to hide a mistake they've done. So they got it dangling on a piece of wire going up to this horizontal line between two trees or whatever, or chairs or whatever, how big it is, and this filmed it from one angle, and then they've merged it over top of another video by the looks of it. But I think they've been mucking around the editor in this area here, trying to hide the cable. Something weird going on. Yeah, I don't think it's two separate videos actually. I think it's just one, and one's been edited really strange there. What, they sort of blocked it. It's very sloppy there, Brent, your CGI. See, they got telephone wires this way. So that would be ideal to put a cable or a phone line going across where they're hanging it from. So it could be a phone line that we saw. Could it even be a lamp, a outside lamp that's on a cable? I guess some of those other places in the world have those. Cable lamps, as they're called. There's something there. Like a reflection of stuff on a window. Ah, there you go. It's filmed from a car window. And why would you do it from a car window so bad? Because there's a reflection happening. Let's see. I think it's on the outside of the car. Is that the way the car window winds up here? It could be. So they've probably got a fishing rod on the roof of the car. Bit of cable coming down. They wind it on the window. Add some stupid music. Well, that's actually Thirdphase. And you can see little black marks here that I thought was on the window, but it's not. But it's certainly down here. Yeah, that's the car window round down there. Okay, so what's that up there now? Oh, there we go. I think I saw the cable. Then. I sort of saw the cable. Maybe it's because the way your brain works with it. Where it joins all the video frames together. Looks like it's swinging on a cable though. There it is there. See the cable? That's right at pixel level though, that's the problem. What's happened? I really hate YouTube. I've lost it now. But it was like these lines here, right? It looked like it went on an angle. Let's see if we can see it going. Could have sworn I saw the fishing line anyway. Anyway, it's probably enough for today. Did I see something there? Unfortunately, I need to go put some eye drops in because it's getting a bit painful, the eye now. But yeah, that looks like a little bead or something. A little thin fishing wire hanging off the roof of the car. Being filmed from in the car for some reason. I suppose it's easy to do, isn't it? Went fishing, got bored one day, put a lure on the end, had it dangling outside the window, thought to make a fake video, sent it into Thirdphase. Anyway, let's carry on. Well, I think that's it anyway.
And the world gearing up for an alien invasion in 2017. But before we get to
2017. Well, I didn't notice that. I must have slipped through it. Anyway, so this is a recycled garbage, obviously. Going back, how many years? 17. 7 years ago. Hoping people don't notice it. So you can see these guys, these clowns laugh all the time, right? Yeah, look at the big grin. Come and buy a magazine, make us rich. God, I can't tell you how much these guys make me sick. Anyway, we're going through the other stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll skim through it next time. Since not too many people are interested in watching me today, so who knows, maybe this will be my last one anyway. Stuff, yes, none of you are interested. So we'll just leave that open for next time. Such crap out there on ufology. No wonder it's a mess, isn't it? Only those who experience it themselves directly, not just a dot in the sky, but something really close up and personal, like an encounter, really know what's really going on. And they know how scary it all is, that there's no way the government could come clean on it. Anyway, I'll say good night. So again, another show. Have we got any donations? I don't know if it's not working properly or not, but we didn't get any donations, I don't think. Thanks if you did, and yeah, if we don't get enough viewers, whether I just carry on doing live streams or not. But anyway, hopefully you enjoyed what I did. I'll say good night and thanks. Good night all. Hopefully I can get my energy levels back again and not feel like I'm dying every day. Soon. Because it doesn't. Oh, they can stay there. Good night. Take care on the roads, and see you again whenever. It could be next weekend. But like I said, I got all those other things I want to finish up with. But I just haven't got the energy at the moment. We got lots of other shit happening in the family at the moment. My sister's breaking up with her ex after 10 years. Another ex-husband. Found a woman half his age. Lucky enough she had a prenuptial, so he only gets whatever money he put into it, which is like 50 grand or less. And she gets the rest of the money. Yeah, another 10 wasted years of her life with some useless guy. Lucky she didn't have kids with that one. Kids from a different father each time. Where's my end credit thing gone? Doesn't matter. I'll end it here.